right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, January 20th. We have two study sessions items for tonight. First is Director of South Platte Renew and Utilities, Pieter Van Rij, and Deputy Director of Business Solutions and Engineering, Sarah Stone, here to provide results from the Utilities 2025 Annual Drinking Water Survey. Good evening, Pieter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here tonight to present the findings from our annual drinking water survey that we typically do annually. Just when Sarah's going to present this, and when she goes through the results, you'll see that the results are comparing to 2023. So I wanted to first explain that we didn't do this in 2024, and the reason we didn't do this in 2024 is because if you remember, in the fall of 2024, we were deep into billing system issues, and we had not only one, we didn't want to confuse our customers with another thing, and two, we were at capacity in terms of what staffing could handle, and that implementation took a while longer than we expected, and so we just decided to skip 2024. So you'll see the comparison between 23 and 25 through these results. But overall, we think it's good news. It's showing trends in the right direction. And so I'm going to turn this over to Sarah, and she will go through the specifics. And like I said, we're pleased with the results. And like I said, the indication is that the work that we're doing is actually having a positive effect on the community. So Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Right. So the annual drinking water survey was performed between August 1st and October 15th of 2025. The survey was made available to every customer through their bill, and then we also made it available at each of the city facilities where they could take a paper copy and even turn them in there. And then we also opened up an online survey that had the exact same questions, and it could be filled out online. The total responses for 2025 was 635. That was down about 32% from the 2023 survey. We actually take that as somewhat good news because if people would typically respond to and provide feedback when they've had a bad experience, but so we didn't take this as necessarily a bad thing. We feel like we made it generally available to everybody that would like to fill it out. So as you'll see on each of these slides, we have the 2023 results on the left-hand side and the 2025 results on the right-hand side. The same questions were asked between 2023 and 2025. The first question we ask is, how long has the customer lived in Inglewood? There were more responses of people that have lived here for over 20 years. About 55% of those that responded have lived here more than 20 years. The next question was, do you drink Inglewood water? Roughly the same number of responses, a slight increase for the 2025 results, is that 69% responded that yes, they do drink Inglewood water, whereas in 2023, that was 65%. And then now we're moving on to people's opinion about the water. So how would you rate the tap water at your house or business? We saw what we feel like is a significant improvement from 2023 to 2025. The respondents that rated the water from average to excellent was about 33 or 32% in 2023, and that increased to 41% for 2025. Most customers use a filter for their tap water. That result really didn't change at all. 66% do use some kind of filter for their tap water. The number of customers that buy bottled water that responded, that went down a little bit in 2025. So it was 50-50 split in 2023, and 56% responded that they do not buy bottled water. And that customer or that question also follows in with they can fill in a blank on how much would you pay for bottled water, and many people respond with they shouldn't have to buy bottled water, or they don't buy bottled water. Then the next question is, have you experienced discoloration in your water in the past 12 months? There was a slight improvement in that. In 2023, 62% said that they had not, whereas in 2025, that was up to 67%. We also ask about what time frame customers may experience discolored water. The results were roughly the same. Between April and June is when customers can experience discoloration in water, and some of that is just a result of that's when algae starts to bloom, or we're also switching on over to more surface water, snow melt. That all impacts the color of the water. And then the next question was if there had been any improvement in the taste in their water in the last 12 months. Again, we saw some improvement here in 2023. Roughly 23% had seen some level of improvement from minor to significant, whereas that improved to 37% in 2025. Next, moving to the odor of the water, again, seeing some improvement in 2023. 22% had seen some level of improvement, up to 34% in 2025. Then now we move into the asking questions about the cost of the drinking water, the cost of the services that utilities provides. There was not much of a change here. Most customers, up to 75%, said that the cost of Inglewood water is fair to excellent. And then we asked how much customers might be willing to pay for water. So in that question, the way it's phrased is we do let customers know that it is less than a penny per gallon to deliver water from to their tap. So that question then leads into what would the customer be willing to pay for water. There was a slight, what we think of is an improvement because 34% said they would pay a penny to 2 cents per gallon, and that was up to 38% in 2025. So we feel like that demonstrates there is some value that folks are seeing in what they're paying for the water. We also ask to rate the cost of their sewer service, up a little bit on the excellent. So that in 2023, that was 14%, and it was up to 19% in 2025. We do have some open-ended questions. Again, how much would you be willing to pay for bottled water? That ranged from a penny to $3. And again, the examples of write-in answers were they shouldn't have to buy, they don't buy it, or it's not applicable to them. And then we also provide a significant section for just any other comments that folks may have. There were some common themes, of course, complaints about the water, complaints about the cost, complaints about the taste, odor, and hardness. There were several comments, I'd say at least a dozen, that really commented on the significant improvement that they've seen in the last 5 years in their water. So that was encouraging to see. There were several comments that just kind of thanked us for the work that we're putting into the system. We know there's a lot to do, but and we continue to do that, but we do feel like the customers are recognizing the improvements that are going into the system. And so finally, I just want to give the math behind the less than a penny per gallon. So this is the math for a typical customer in 2026 that would use 6,000 gallons. The capital improvement fee for a residential customer is $17 per month. The administration fee is $3.68 per month. The drinking water loan fee, so that is the fee that was implemented as a part of getting the SRF funds for the lead program and additional distribution system improvements at $5 a month. And then the usage rate, which is that rate per 1,000 gallons, is $4.26 for 2026. So that typical customer would pay about $51.24 per month, or less than a penny per gallon. With that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Sarah and Peter, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from members of council? I guess I have one question, Sarah. Do we happen to know how this compares to Denver Water and some of the results? Do they do surveys on their drinking water quality and that type of thing? I'm just kind of trying to see if there's like a benchmark we're trying to get to.
I don't know. I can take a look and poke around and see if they have something similar. There were in the open-ended questions, there are comments that say, why can't it be more like Denver? So people do say things like that.
Just that I think there are some industry benchmarking things that we can look at. I think with what you see with our survey is that because there's been such a long-term issue with taste, odor, and hardness, that we've focused a number of the questions around taste, odor, and hardness, because that's the thing we've heard most from the customers, and so we wanted to gauge whether they're seeing an improvement there. And I think really the most significant results that that Sarah went over were those questions around taste and odor, which changed by 12 or 13% improvement, which means that the work that's being done both from a system perspective, from a plant operations perspective, from a flushing perspective, investment in the actual the capital investments that's taken several years to actually come to fruition is actually having a positive effect for our customers from a taste and odor perspective. So I think those were probably some of the most encouraging numbers that we saw that showed that the work is actually having an effect.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Bethel.
Yeah, this is a question for both. As a customer, I have seen improvement in our water. I'm pleased with it. I'm curious, where are we in your plan? How do you feel like our water is doing in where your goals are and where we are currently?
So I think we're we're in the process of redoing the master plans from 2019, and I think that'll help us do somewhat of a look back to when we first started this process back in late 2019, adopted those plans in early 2020. We had every direction we had work that we had to be doing, and I think the development of the utility staff and bringing in resources and people to do that, the funding that has come in both through the difficulty of raising rates, which helps us. By raising rates, it helps us actually go for larger amounts of debt that we can secure through the SRF and WIFIA, which for the water system we're 80 million, I think, is what we secured. And so when we were first starting this process in 2020, I was having conversations with some staff and saying that this is generally a 7-year process. By the time you start from scratch to initial assessments and then building resources and staffing and funding and then doing conceptualization and design and then construction. And so we're a couple years from finishing out what was somewhat of a 7-year cycle to get to the point where there's been this transformation. So I think with the completion of the lead program this year, the completion of City Ditch late this year, early next year, the tremendous amount of work that's been occurring at the Allen plant and many things that people don't see, which is electrical systems. We've done a lot of work on electrical systems and the control systems and things like that people don't necessarily see on a day-to-day basis, but actually are so important to the resiliency of the system. All the insertion valves we put in, all the other valves that we put in, the valve exercising gives us such more significant control over the system. The staff that were in distribution and collections who've been here for years, if there was an outage, they'd have to shut 4 or 5 or 10 valves back, which would put an entire neighborhood out of water. Whereas now we can actually, because of the strategic locating of these valves, we're typically localized in those in that control of the system. So we're not there yet, but I think we've definitely made significant strides to increasing the resiliency, the long-term operation, the long-term funding, and just sustainability of the system as a whole.
Thank you for the thoughtful answer. I appreciate it.
All right. Peter and Sarah, I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to the second agenda item, we have our City Attorney Tamara Niles here provide information regarding the City Manager Emergency Declaration Authority, proposing to amend our Municipal Code to give the City Manager authority to award contracts at no more than commercial prices and to accept gifts during a declared emergency or disaster. I read it all, so good evening, City Attorney Niles.
I was just thinking I need to make those a little shorter. If council recalls, back in August, I presented a proposed ordinance on granting the city manager some authority to act in case of a declared emergency. That arose out of a simulation that we had done as staff, where we several different departments are in a room over at the police department, and we have a simulated natural disaster. And then what do we do so that if something like that should ever happen, that we're ready? And it also gives us a chance to identify gaps in authority. And so we did identify some gaps in authority of what the city manager can do during a declared emergency. And that's why we brought the ordinance back in August. At that time, City Council expressed some concerns as to what is a declared emergency, and perhaps that City Council should take the actions that were proposed in the ordinance. So we revised it, we went back, did some more research, and that's why I'm back here tonight. State law declares declarations of natural emergencies, and it establishes that only the city manager can declare a natural emergency or a natural disaster for up to 7 days. So it's a matter of state law to reduce vulnerability, prepare for emergency services, and then strengthen staff roles to recover. So what is a local disaster emergency? Here are the factors that are required before a city manager can declare one. It has to be an unexpected occurrence or imminent threat, has to be within the city of Inglewood. We don't have authority outside of the city. Life or property must be in danger. An immediate response is required using state and community resources and procedures. It has to be widespread or severe damage, injury, or loss of life or property. And it has to be resulting from a natural cause or cause of human origin. And then statute gives you the entire list of what those are. So natural disasters, hazardous spills, oils, volcanic activity, which hopefully we won't have to face, an epidemic, air pollution, blight, drought, infestation, etc., etc. So as I said, it's only the principal executive officer for the city of Inglewood that can declare a natural disaster emergency or local disaster emergency for the city of Inglewood. And that is limited to a maximum of 7 days unless it is extended by city council. And it also has to be in a declaration and then filed with the county clerk, city clerk, and the emergency management authority. And so what is the effect of such a declaration? It's to activate our disaster emergency plans, which we work through the Arapahoe County to create. And we've entered into several IGAs with Arapahoe County regarding what the parties will do, the support they'll provide in case of a local disaster emergency. And I thought you might appreciate some history of emergency management with Arapahoe County. It was originally part of Inglewood Fire Department, which of course we don't have an in-house fire department anymore. Then it was moved to the police department, and then our partnership with Arapahoe County began in 2019 for emergency management services. And of course we have several IGAs with Arapahoe County regarding that. And then as part of that emergency management, we have had several simulations and staff assigned. We have specific staff roles. We're really trying to formalize that should something awful happen in the city of Inglewood, that city staff is prepared across multiple departments. City manager, police, finance, of course my office have all been involved in those simulations. So during that simulation though, when the city manager asks, can I, I think it was we had one that was a tornado, and I think one that was a spill from the railroad or off of a railroad line. And when the city manager is like, okay, can I enter into a contract for $200,000 to immediately bring in bulldozing equipment to start cleanup, to remove hazards? And the answer is no. The city manager does not have authority to do that because under our procurement policies, city council has to approve contracts over $125,000. And then it was like, well, if somebody shows up with a semi-truck full of water, if we don't have water and our citizens need water, and because it's been disrupted because of this natural disaster,
Can the city manager accept this truckload of water and start distributing it to the citizens? The answer is no. Under charter, only city council can approve the acceptance of gifts. So that's when we started looking at, okay, how can we change that? Something terrible happens in the city. What can we do to make sure our citizens are protected? And we start taking those actions to protect them, to respond, provide needed services. So that was the background that led up to this proposed ordinance. And then, of course, we had that discussion on August 4th. And then City Council, the discussion was, well, if City Council has that authority under charter and under the procurement policy, then why doesn't City Council just do that? And that would be our preference. I think we all would hope that City Council could immediately have a meeting and authorize this. But if the natural disaster is significant enough, it may not be feasible to obtain a quorum of City Council or 5 members of City Council that are immediately available to hold a meeting to authorize the city to enter into contracts for emergency services that exceed our contract authority under code, or to accept offers, gifts of aid. So it was originally written that the city manager has immediate authority. In response to that discussion and concerns on August 4th, I did revise it to say, if it is a declared local emergency, and if City Council cannot obtain a quorum within 4 hours, then the city manager has authority to enter into contracts and to accept aid. That could mean that for those 4 hours, we're in a gray area. I think as staff, when a life is at risk, as staff, we're probably going to do it anyway if it means saving a life, saving good. As a city attorney, that's not my preference. I'd rather we have this conversation now and City Council say yes. In an emergency, the city manager can do that, but I also understand City Council's concerns. So that's why I wrote in, if you can't meet within 4 hours, the city manager declares the natural disaster or local disaster emergency. Then we try to get a City Council meeting immediately, but essentially, as it's written, city staff would have to wait for 4 hours to enter into any larger contracts or to accept gifts of aid. Or also to intergovernmental agreements require City Council approval, so we also couldn't enter into a contract with any other government entity for 4 hours to provide aid. So let's say, of course, we have mutual aid agreements in emergencies with Arapahoe County, but let's say another jurisdiction, Grand Junction, wants to bring their staff and help, and they want a short contract just to outline what they're going to do. As city staff, we wouldn't be able to sign that for 4 hours either, as the ordinance is proposed. So I just copied and pasted the language of the proposed municipal code change. The one difference is this within 4 hours at the very top. This is a completely new municipal code section though, but otherwise it's almost identical to what we presented to you on August 4th. Now the purpose of this is not to leave City Council out of the decision making. It's solely to enable staff to, within the confines of the law, act swiftly to protect life. And so we have included that the city manager is required to notify all City Council members as soon as practical of everything that he has done under the authority of this section. And if City Council approval is otherwise required, that City Council will consider it at its next meeting when it's able to meet. So for example, contracts with other government entities, City Council is required to approve those by ordinance. So this would say, in an emergency, city manager, you can sign that contract with Grand Junction. However, at our next council meeting, we are considering it, evaluating it, and then considering a formal approval. I also wrote in there that City Council also can consider additional delegations to the city manager in case of emergency. We did do that in the declaration of emergency for COVID to allow continuation of services without meeting. And so I just formalized that. You do have authority to delegate authority to the city manager, but I wanted to formalize it here as well. We also included, if it's not possible to give 24-hour advance notice of a meeting, then we will give as much notice as we can and ratify it at a later meeting that's noticed with at least 24 hours advance notice. I went through that pretty quickly. I knew we were on a short time frame, but now it appears we have plenty of time for questions.
City Attorney Niles, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Prang, and then Member Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. In order to have the quorum for city council, is that required to be in person, or are we able to, like, say someone's out of state on a business trip, can they call into by video and establish the quorum?
They can. We've actually already addressed that in the council policy manual, and that the mayor has authority to designate a meeting as completely electronic in cases of, I don't think we called it an emergency, but in unusual circumstances, the mayor can call an all electronic meeting or allow more people to attend electronically than we normally allow.
Okay, thank you. And then also, just for clarification, the city manager can declare the emergency prior to and up through that 4 hours or whatever. The emergency can be declared, and then we're still working on pulling council together to get that quorum.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's solely a function of the city manager to issue that declaration up to 7 days. Then if it's extended, then that's council's province.
Okay, thank you.
Member Ward.
Given the fact that the charter requires the city manager to be a resident of the city of Inglewood, in the event that we have some sort of disaster that affects us citywide or some sort of catastrophe that affects a certain zone of the city, it is possible that he might be personally affected or incapacitated by such an emergency. What plan do we have in place for that, given that everything here is triggered by the city manager?
Well, so I would say that could be a temporary relocation to either elsewhere in the city or to simply stay somewhere overnight. Because when we talk about primary residence, that's how I read that the city of Inglewood must be the city manager's primary residence. It doesn't mean that he can't stay at a house in the mountains a couple days a week. This is still his primary residence. So I think as long as that doesn't change, then we are charter compliant.
Yeah, perhaps I wasn't sufficiently clear. Should the city manager become himself incapacitated by an emergency that would otherwise require an emergency declaration, who then has the authority to declare the emergency?
Well, I would want to research that, but I would say the deputy city manager immediately becomes the acting city manager. Currently, the city manager has to, in writing, designate an acting city manager who then has all the authority of the city manager. In cases of emergency, we would be, I'm thinking of Designated Survivor, that show where they just went down the list as to who has the most authority. So in that case, it would be the deputy city manager, then the finance director, then we would have to figure it out, likely public works director, possibly the police chief.
I think it would be good for us to discuss and potentially codify the line of authority in such a case to protect against that, because everything here is triggered by one specific person who must live in the city. And as I stated earlier, in the unfortunate event of a disaster, natural or otherwise, might be adversely affected personally to the point where he became incapacitated.
We did review quite a few municipal code provisions from other cities in drafting this, and other cities do include that in their code provisions on this. There were some other cities that had like 10 or 15 code sections on it to any potential scenario has been addressed. And we wanted to keep it short and sweet, especially because council's never considered anything like this before. So we thought we'll start with what we think is absolutely necessary. But yes, I have no problem including that. As far as line of authority, do you think deputy city manager, then finance director, public works director, police chief?
I think maybe the rest of the body would want to discuss that, but I mean, given that this is a disaster scenario, I'd probably go deputy and then police chief, because at some point you're going to want those resources that the police department can pull in, as opposed to just administrative resources.
What I will do, I like that very much. I will discuss this at our leadership team meeting, probably tomorrow, to make sure no one has any issues with it. And if staff has any suggestions, especially the city manager, have any suggestions as to a different succession rate. or
Great, thank you.
order.
Member Russell.
So what would happen if we just don't change this at all? I mean, the city manager still has the authority to declare an emergency for 7 days, correct?
Yes.
And if we do nothing, I mean, chances are we could get a quorum of council together within a period of 7 days. I have trouble relinquishing the authority of this council. I have a big problem doing that. And so I'm not sure, I think it's a good idea to do that. And what happens if the city manager happens to be out of town when a disaster is declared?
Well, if the city manager is accessible but out of town, then we would ask the city manager to be the one to consider the declaration. The practical effect of not doing anything like this is that city staff can't enter into a contract in excess of $125,000. We can't accept gifts, and we can't formalize any agreement with another public entity to provide aid in case of emergency. And that would be reserved solely to city council. And unless and until city council can have 5 or more members attend a meeting, we can't do anything.
How many gifts did we get during COVID?
Well, I didn't work here during COVID, so I started in 2021. I'm not sure.
I would say it was several. I remember the most visible one that we did was when the Taiwanese consulate came and delivered a lot of masks very early on, and Judge Jefferson facilitated that. But we definitely received some gifts.
And during COVID, though, we were able to obtain a quorum for city council to still meet. And so this wouldn't apply. If city council can meet, then this only applies when city council cannot meet. And then I wrote it if they can't meet within 4 hours of the declaration of emergency.
Okay, thank you.
City Attorney Niles, I guess I have a question on that last point C here, because obviously we've never been in this situation before, at least in the time that I've been on council, right? The sinkholes along Oxford, the water boil notice, those never escalated to the point of an emergency meeting. But even in those cases, I believe we did meet, at least with Oxford, the sinkhole we met, but it was 24 hours, right? We alerted the public to the 24 hours prior to the meeting, so in order for them to be aware that the meeting was occurring. That last point there is saying basically that, you know, we're not able to give enough time in this situation. I'm trying to understand that aspect of it, just because I'm just the optics of it, I guess, in the sense. I'm just trying to play that out in my head, how that's all going to play out if an emergency were to take place that we haven't experienced before.
Yes. Under open meetings law, we're required to give notice as soon as practicable for any meeting. And so that is generally 24 hours is recognized as being sufficient notice of any public meeting. However, in case of emergency, as soon as practicable could be a minute before if the city is burning down. So I wanted to address that. So you do have authority to meet in case of emergency and authorize action. However, we want to make sure that citizens hear the discussion at a time when the city's not burning down.
Right.
So that's why I wrote in there that we will record meeting or minutes and actions taken, and then we will notice another meeting and we'll discuss it then when everyone gives at least 24-hour notice. I would anticipate that as soon as we know that there is a quorum available to have a meeting and the time everyone can meet, that we will put it on the website. If we're at the Civic Center, we post it hard copy, and then we hold that meeting as soon as we can to get aid and services to our citizens.
Okay. Thank you so much, City Attorney Niles. Member Bethel.
City Attorney Niles, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to comment that in any kind of emergency preparedness plan, it's important to have layers of redundancy. And that's what I feel like this provides us. a layer of redundancy that we currently don't have. And in the exceptionally unlikely scenario where this board is unable to meet, it is important for us to have some kind of backup plan. I'm not sure if this is perfect the way it is, but I'm really glad that we're working towards that. So thank you.
Any further questions or comments from members of council? I think City Attorney Niles, I think you are looking for a little bit of direction tonight, but I'll go to Member Prang before I ask if there's any other changes that members of council want to see. But go ahead, Member Prang.
Thank you. I too agree that it's good work. I think it's definitely heading in the right direction of what we need. I just wanted to back up Member Ward's suggestion as far as kind of the line of delineated authority, and I definitely feel strongly that it should be city manager, deputy city manager, and then next up police chief, unless there is some significant reason that we're not considering as lay people as to why that shouldn't be a position. And I feel like that list should be 5 people deep so that we just have bases covered as far as holiday times or anything like that where people may be out of town.
Thank you, Member Prang. Yeah, I would be up for that suggestion as well. Anything further? I don't see any other additions or any additional concerns from members of council. All right. Well, City Attorney Niles, thank you very much for the presentation. And with that, everyone, we are about 20 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. We will recess at this point. We will regroup at the top of the hour to kick off the start of the regular meeting. Thank you very much. All right, members of the public, members of council, we are now back. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Yes. Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Bethel?
Present.
Member Prang?
Present?
Member Russell?
Present.
Member Ward?
Present.
Mayor Sierra?
Present.
The record show, 6 are here. My goodness.
We're all here. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 5, minutes from the regular city council meeting on January 5th. Any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the January 5th council meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson?
Aye.
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show, 6 ayes.
All right, we're moving on to a couple of recognitions tonight. Up first is going to be the recognition of the Citizen Police Academy graduates. So tonight, the Inglewood City Council is proud to recognize the graduates of the 2025 Citizens Police Academy, a community education program designed to provide residents with a behind-the-scenes understanding of how the Inglewood Police Department operates and serves our community. Over the course of 10 weeks, participants gained valuable insights into the wide range of public safety and justice roles that support our city, including SWAT, dispatch, crime scene investigation, negotiations, detectives, patrol officers, school resource officers, co-responder teams, victim support services, and several functions within our municipal court system. Graduates also took part in both classroom instruction and hands-on training, including a shooter simulator, traffic stop and DUI education, and fire extinguisher training alongside our fire marshal. These experiences help community members better understand the responsibilities of our officers and first responders and the decisions they make to keep Inglewood safe. The participation of these individuals in the Academy strengthens trust, transparency, and collaboration between our police department and the community we proudly serve. Please join me in thanking the graduates of the 2025 Citizen Police Academy for their time, commitment, and continued support of the city of Inglewood.
Anita Martinez. Yes, do a picture again.
Yep.
Ann Rogers. Barb Chumley. Beverly Coleman. Sarah DaCosta. Ian Beck. Robin Dillon. Shannon Goins. Sorry. And finally, Teresa Dominic. We had 3 more who were unable to attend this evening. Thank you all for your participation this year.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to ask members of council to take pictures with the entire graduating class of the Citizens Academy. So if you wouldn't mind just joining us right in front of the dais.
This is just so I can get this out of the shot. Okay, just, is everybody looking at me? Yep. Okay, fine.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We're now moving on to recognize so Inglewood City Council now wants to recognize the winners of the 2025 Neighborhood Decorating Contest. The intent of the holiday decorating contest is to inspire a spirit of personal neighborhood and civic pride by encouraging Inglewood residents to decorate for the holiday season. The winners represent residents who went above and beyond to spread holiday cheer, showcase the unique creativity, and inspire neighborhood pride throughout Inglewood. Their festive displays brought joy to neighbors, which helped make the season brighter for everyone. Thank you all to who participated and helped make this year's contest a wonderful success. So I believe, Lucia, you are going to read off the winners tonight. Members of council, if you wouldn't mind just joining up front, we're going to have each of the 3 winners.
Yeah, so
Go ahead, Lucia, if you want to.
Yeah, we have 3 categories.
Okay.
So we have best neighborhood, best houses, and showstopper. So we'll do 3 photos. Best neighborhood has a lot of people who participated, so it's going to be a long list. If you want to clap, you can, but it is a long list. I just want to prepare you. All right. And then I will be handing certificates when we head out of the council chambers, just to make sure we get everyone through. All right, for best neighborhood, Jay and Shannon Johnson, Scott and Jessica Dory, Vince and Emily Gonzalez, Ray and Penny Brinker, Sean and Molly Hollis, Kyle and Claire, Emmy and Bryant Derbyshire, Kurt and Betty Supps, Elizabeth and Matthew Sladon, Kelly and John Hegel, Alan Rogers and Brian Winkleman, Emily and Andrew Gustin, Matt and Lydia Hiller, Teresa and Mike Turner, Patty and Brad Fincham, Jody and Derek Janda, Ruth and Clyde Wiggins, and Elizabeth and Alan Whitaker. And that is our best neighborhood group. Do you know the neighborhood? Bellevue Park, Bellevue Park. Perfect. Okay, up next is best houses. And we have Caleb Persone. And we have Kelly and John Hegel. Perfect. And our final category is showstopper. We have Robert Jones and Ron and Melanie Clower.
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you all.
All right, everyone. So I believe we are now moving on to public comment. Member Russell, you will be giving a response to public comment tonight.
Mayor, we have
Yeah.
7A.
7A. Oh. It's on the top of the second page, so that's why I missed it. All right, so I did miss one. So we are at agenda item 7A. This is the resolution appointing council liaisons for boards and commissions, members of council. We have the list of names and the and placements on the forms. Just want to see if there was any additional changes or any comments from members of council. If not, I will ask for a motion on 7A.
Move to approve 7A.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Any further comments from council? All right, the only thing I want to say is thank you very much to everyone that was willing to serve the community. Unfortunately, this time around, we didn't have the ability to, I think this is the largest amount of recipients that we had that we were not able to place on council just from, obviously just in the interest and also the open spaces that we had. We'll have another appointment here in July. I'm hoping that a lot of the faces will look to serve at that point. And I think this council is also going to be looking at adding 2 additional seats to, or at least 1 or 2 additional seats to the Inglewood Transportation Advisory Committee over the next month or so, just because there is a lot of interest in that board and there's a lot of traffic calming measures that council is considering. So definitely want to see more participation there. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone. And with that, we do have a motion. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Now we're going on to recognition of public comments. So this is the time that's devoted to us listening to comment from the public. We allot up to 90 minutes with each speaker limited to 3 minutes total. There is a sign-up sheet at the back of the room. So at the start of our meeting, please sign up there, stating your address if you're an Inglewood resident, or if you live outside of the city. Just let us know within the sheet itself. Also, I will only state what district you live in or the city that you live in, so I won't actually call out your address as part of the sign-up sheet that you filled out. Anyone that wants to speak virtually, please contact our city clerk's office prior to 5 p.m. the Wednesday prior to the city council regular meeting. And if you do wish to use AV materials, please submit those to the city clerk by 5 p.m. the Thursday prior to the meeting. All right, we do have about 5 names tonight. I'm going to start off with the folks that have not spoken over the last 90 days. Up first is Dudley Callison, a Littleton, resident from Littleton. Excuse me. Good evening, Dudley.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dudley Callison. I own and operate the Guild co-working business, which is just next door in the next building here in the city center. We are now entering our 10th year of doing business in the city center, and we exist in no small part due to the generosity of this city council that has been our landlord, shout out to Victor, whoop, whoop, for the last 10 years since we opened our doors. I'd like to share an updated numbers with you about what's going on incubating businesses here. These are our efforts to help startup businesses incubate and grow their big dreams in the city of Inglewood. In the past 9 years, we've enjoyed 478 individual members of the Guild, co-working space, solopreneurs, remote workers, freelancers, small business teams, These folks represent 304 unique businesses, many of them startups or an early stage of development. I want to tell you about one of them tonight as an example, the Dake Collaborative, which provides architectural and engineering services. It's owned and led by Miles Dake. Miles moved out of his home attic office, yikes, when his first child was born. And he occupied one of our guild dedicated desks. In the last 3 years, he's brought onto a team of 6 additional experts. They've completed significant projects in Inglewood. They've moved offices in the guild 4 times due to the growth of their team, and has grown his business by over 300%. Y'all, here's the point. This is how co-working contributes to the city's economic development goals, to incubate businesses that bring positive outcomes within the city of Inglewood. Currently, we have 77 guild members here in our Inglewood location. They represent 36 unique businesses. Our expanded space across the plaza through the City Spark initiative with the EDDA stays completely full. Our small event community room stays busy with business development, training, and networking opportunities. Next week, we're co-hosting a lunch and learn with the city's economic development manager and the new leadership of the SBDC. Every day, these incubating businesses bring positive traffic and economic value to the city center. And I'm simply here to say thank you again for being our key partner in allowing this to happen. Y'all are doing a great job helping small businesses grow here, and we're glad to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Dudley, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? As always, Dudley, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thanks, y'all. Have a good night.
Up next is Sandy Kettlehut, District 2 resident. Good evening, Ms. Kettlehut. When you are ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Council. I sent you an email on December 31st regarding the water bill in December. The response was an error in the billing system. What about all the previous months? You didn't address the rest of my points. My billing date is the 1st. As of today, the 20th, the bill has not arrived in the mail. It did show up online on the 17th. Many years ago, I was a computer programmer, so I know this can be fixed. The only variable for all flat rate and metered customers' bills is the metered water, which has been read at least 20 days before the billing date. There should be no reason for the bill to be any later than within 3 days of the billing date. Some people are on budgets, and we used to receive the bill within 3 days of the billing date. The billing date for the last zone is around the 14th of the month, so they won't receive their bill or any flyer until February 2nd. You may not have chosen this software, but you are responsible for fixing all of its errors. When do you expect to get this straightened out? The second issue was never addressed. The flyer with time-sensitive data becomes worthless, an expense we don't need when the city is so short on funds that they need to move money around so departments don't go in the red. Also, if anyone does paperless billing, they never receive the flyer. Who creates the flyer, the utilities or the communications department? Is there any discussion about what is contained in the flyer and the timing of the receipt of the bills? All the December bills, the dates were irrelevant once people received the flyer because it was passed. A third issue is the late fees. You should have them explained on the bill. To find that in a website is a nightmare, and it's so minute you need a magnifying glass to read it. You need to stop looking at how you can spend money on future projects and look at how you can fix all the problems first. Nobody in the city should get a raise until you all figure out how to spend money wisely and fix the existing problems throughout the city. Also, regarding the District 1 election, it could be done by a hand count paper ballot. The cost would be less than the existing budgeted amount of $25,000. Would you consider doing the hand count, indicating you are interested in being good stewards for the citizens' money? There are people in the city, me included, who have participated in hand count and know how simple and efficient it is. Thank you.
Ms. Kettlehut, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. Up next is Miss Rebecca Kramer, a District 2 resident. Good evening, Ms. Kramer. When you are ready, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Tonight's presentation outlines a proposed $3 million interdepartmental loan from the Sewer Enterprise Fund to the Storm Drainage Fund. Before authorizing a transfer of this size, residents deserve a clear explanation of why the Storm Drainage Fund is near insolvency. Storm drainage fees have increased from $4.16 per quarter in 2019 to $21.66 per month today, more than a tenfold increase. Yet the fund cannot meet its obligations without borrowing from another enterprise fund. That's a significant red flag. The loan may address a cash flow problem, but it does not explain the underlying cause. I'm requesting that council direct an independent audit or a formal root cause analysis to determine what the specific factors were that depleted the fund, whether the revenues were used solely for storm drainage purposes, whether project plan and cost estimation or oversight failures contributed, whether fee increases were based on accurate financial modeling, whether internal controls within the public works and finance are adequate. Residents cannot continue absorbing steep fee increases while enterprise funds are unstable or misaligned. A $3 million loan is not a solution, it's a symptom. The community deserves transparency, accountability, and a corrective action plan grounded in objective findings. Maybe we should stop painting medians we don't maintain, stop redoing bus stops that no one uses, and pouring concrete bump outs that impede traffic, and actually pay some attention to our infrastructure and financial accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kramer, for your time. We have one question from Member Russell. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you give us a copy of those questions that you wanted answered?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Should I just?
Yes, that'd be
clerk?
great. Thank you.
I see no further questions, Ms. Kramer. Thank you very much for your time. Up next is Gary Kozak, a District 3 resident. Yeah, I was going to say, I knew I said it wrong. I was like, I think it's 4. So go ahead, District 4 resident. Good evening, Mr. Kozak. When you are ready, you may begin.
Good evening, Council. I didn't really put a title down there. When I drove over here, over where our mountain climbing facility is, to the south of us, you can't even drive up here on because it's wall-to-wall cars parked and their parking lot is completely full. Wait a minute, that's because we didn't have enough parking for the new apartment house. It's going to be the same thing down on Oxford. Okay, during the day, starting at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's not only the trash guys come to pick up trash if we have it on that day. I got 30 to 40 cars on my end of the block. After 3 o'clock, I have maybe 3 to 5 cars on my end of the block. Well, 10 on the whole block because they're always parking there. And now we're getting everybody throwing their junk and trash out there. So another concern. You did the sidewalk handicap. That was nice, but when they tore up my barrier, weed barrier, they just tore it out and left it piled up there. They didn't bother to put new weed barrier back down around the fire hydrant and around that curb. Another problem, well, yeah, go talk to the contractor. That's what's been said. Now, I got to get to a big point. And the reason I'm really here is I know people are watching. The building just to the east of here, an office building, I've been told that it is so toxic that when the businesses that were in there, we're not even allowed to take any of their belongings out of there. It's sealed off. Every window's got all these patches on there saying how you can't go in there. Well, what's the toxicity and why is it still standing there? Is that a problem that we got from the ground that's now toxic to that building? And if so, is that why you want to get rid of City Hall here? Is there a toxic problem going on under here? Let's go ahead and get rid of the problem by getting rid of your City Hall. The last thing, I got 1 minute. Go take a look at the nice little bridge we got going over Oxford there. Are they going to put a roof on it? There goes a rock. Hits a car or somebody down below. I got an easy access. 100 feet that way or 100 feet that way. That way goes to the apartment houses, that way goes to light rail, and there's no way you get a car hit or anybody down below has an accident because somebody's throwing something over the top of that. You're never going to find out who it was unless you put cameras on it. Other than that, I hope you all a blessed day. I'm going to be back here on the 22nd to talk about this facility and all that you guys are giving up for something less. Have a good evening.
Mr. Kozak, thank you very much for your time tonight. Actually, I have one question. So the commercial building that you were speaking of that has the toxicity, are you talking about the strip that's...
It's right across from the coffee shop, right across from our fountain. We have one office building, and there is what I call a breezeway going from that to the rest of the shopping mall down there.
Okay, so the one that attaches to like the rest of the restaurants.
It's the one that's attached to it. A business, I found out that a business that was in there was not even allowed to go in and take all of their tools and stuff out of there that they use for their business. And I have a real concern about that. Englewood High School lost our swimming pool at the high school because of black mold and was not taken care of in the wall, so we had to get rid of that. Do we have an
Mr. Kozak, I
ongoing
think
problem?
you answered the question though, but
Okay,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Just trying to get clarification on the location, and you did that.
All right,
Thank you very much,
thank you.
Mr. Kozak, for your time tonight. And last on the list, I can't read the last name. I believe it's West. Good evening, Mr. West.
Good evening.
You are a District 4 resident. When you are ready, you may begin.
Okay, I have a question. This summer when I saw the streets being repaired and the water lines being repaired on Pearl Street, none of the people there that were working for the subcontractor could speak English. They were all foreign people. And I heard that the city had changed their policy that they will subcontract that work out and they don't have to be citizens or legal working residents of Englewood or Colorado. And of course, this allows these contractors patching the roads and stuff. I watched them. Basically, they can underbid American companies with American people because they're hiring people that, they don't have to pay any tax or anything. They can get around the laws here because they're undocumented workers. So why did the city change their policy on that is my first question, where they used to not, subcontractors had to hire legal citizens, okay? And then my other question is about high density housing. We're starting to get backed up at the roads everywhere. If you go late in the afternoon, Bellevue's backed up past Clarkson, quarter mile past Clarkson. We're starting to get traffic jams late afternoon, 2:30, 3 o'clock. And it's because a lot of the high density housing is. How much more plans, question 2, what are your plans for more high density housing in the downtown sort of Englewood area? Who's going to pay for widening the roads? Who's going to pay for the schools and all the extra children? Who's going to pay for this and the water and that? Who's going to pay for that? Because the contractors that are building high density housing, they walk away scot-free. And they don't have to pay for the, upgrades of whatever that needs to be done to accommodate the high density housing. So how many more high density housings are you going to get? And are any of you in any way making any contractual money by being a subcontractor or anything like that with the high density buildings or the apartment buildings or whatever you want to call them? Is there anybody here in city council that is associated in any way where they're profiteering from contracts with building these high density places? And that's about my only questions there. And I'll step down now. I don't want to go over 3 minutes. I appreciate your cooperation because we're starting to have traffic jams like you can't believe. And it's just the beginning. And I don't want to live in California because if I did, I would move there. Okay? Thank you very much.
Mr. West, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for Mr. West? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. And speakers, we're actually gonna, Mr. West, I don't know if you've come before, but we are now going to provide a response to public comment. Member Russell will provide a response. So actually, if you wouldn't mind just having a seat, he'll provide a response to all 5 speakers tonight. So thank you very much, Mr. West.
Okay.
So you could actually just have a seat, Matt. Member
Okay,
Russell, when you are ready, you may give a response to public comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming this evening, Mr. West.
Thank you.
And I am not profiting from any of the I'm not a subcontractor, and I'm not getting money from anything other than city council. I get a city council paycheck. It's not real big, but I think that let's see. Your one question was, why did city change their policy? Maybe we should do a council request on that. I kind of remember when it first came up. It's been a few years ago. And then the second one, it was about traffic jams. So I will get a council request on that, and then we'll let you know the response to that. But thank you for coming. I appreciate that. Mr. Kellison, thank you for coming this evening. We greatly appreciate our partnership with you and how effective you have been in helping the city of Inglewood with these startup businesses. Congratulations and thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ms. Kettlehut, I thank you for those questions, and actually I would like to do a council request on the questions she had as well. Ms. Kramer, thank you very much. And I absolutely agree with your assessment, and I will be asking for those as well because I think those will be helpful for council in making decisions. So thank you for coming out. Mr. Kozak, thank you for coming out this evening also. And actually, I definitely want to find out about whether the Oxford Bridge is going to be covered. If we don't, perhaps we need to see about doing a change order on that. Also, I would like to do a council request on the toxic building and the information that that Mr. Kozak brought up about that as well. But I thank you all for coming out to speak. It is important that we hear from you, and because we are your representatives. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Actually, if you wouldn't mind, I'm just gonna speak to it. So, Mr. West, just regarding the hiring of non-citizens, that's actually against state law, against city policy as well. So I just wanted you to be aware that it's against federal law as well. So we do not hire anyone that isn't a citizen because it does go against our contracts. We had this discussion, maybe it came back up about a year ago, I want to say, something along those lines. That may be what Member Russell was alluding to. But we do not allow that as part of any type of city contracts that we happen to have, especially when there's state funding involved. I'm trying to think. Actually, I just wanted to point that out just because that may be something that citizens may be listening in on, but I just wanted to point that out. The rest of the statements, I will cover it as part of a council member's choice later on tonight. So, all right, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead, Member Russell.
So and I did get another call this week that someone did try to go out and speak with workers, but there was no one on the job site that could speak English. And so I think that's part of what he was referring here to as well.
Yeah, so that might be a question more of they are legally here, but they may not be like, they obviously may just have a language barrier kind of thing, but they are legally to work here. So
okay, well,
I think that might be more of the council request or.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead, Member Russell.
I do have a question then for the city attorney, because I actually thought that a few years ago we did change the wording in the contract. Did we change the wording in the contract about, I don't remember, we made a politically correct change.
Yes, we did, to align with state law. Contracts, it's been several years now, so I may not get it exactly right, but I know what you're talking about. It was referred to people as undocumented workers, and then I think it was illegal workers, and it didn't change the impact or the workers we could and couldn't hire, but it just changed the terminology to align with state law.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Perfect. Thank you very much, Member Russell, for the response. And with that, everyone, we are now moving on to consent agenda items. There's 2 items that I saw were pulled tonight, 9C1 and 9C2. Any others from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
In light of Ms. Kettlehutt's suggestion tonight, can we pull on 9B1? Just, I have a question. The
Sure.
city clerk can probably answer it.
Yep.
Okay,
I
thank
can
you.
do that. Perfect. So with that, that leaves, can I get a motion for 9A1 and 2 and 9C3 and 4?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 6 ayes.
Thank you. We'll start off first with 9B1. That's the special election for District 1 vacancy. Deputy City Clerk Jackie McKinnon, I believe the question would be directed towards you, potentially. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And I'm just curious to know, this 9B, does this also include hiring someone to do the election? And is it possible that the election commission could feasibly talk about doing a hand count election? Or have we already reached out and have contracts in the?
I apologize because this was Stephanie Carlisle's item and she's out. But my understanding is we would hire Sue Blair's company and they would do the whole election. We would not do a hand count. The firm would do everything for us, from mailing out the ballots to counting the ballots. We haven't brought the election commission before for hand counted ballots. When we did a special election in house before, we did hire outside. Arapahoe had members that could count the ballots for us, but we have not discussed the hand count ballot with the election commission.
Well, I know that you haven't, but is it possible to do that? Would we have time? And I guess what I'm asking, is this District 1 vacancy special election, it's mostly about the date? I mean,
Yes.
once we hire somebody, it's going to have to come back, correct?
The only reason we would come back is for a supplement to the budget, because I believe that we budgeted $25,000, and I think this is going to be a little bit more than that. But Clerk Kyle did do the dates and worked them out, and I think if we did a hand count, it would just not fall within the timeline. Because we only have a certain time to right now we have members out there, or 2 people that have declared and they're out there certifying their ballots, then it's X amount of days for them to campaign, and then with the ballots being mailed out and for the election to happen on April 7th. Any other changes, I believe, would push out the election
So
further.
do you know the timeline after the ballots are due? They're like, it's next Monday. How long after that does the ballot get produced?
Let me pull up my calendar. They get mailed out mid-March. I'm sorry, I didn't have the question. I'm sorry ahead of time, so I would have had this pulled up. Let me look here real quick.
If you don't have the answer to that, I mean, once we pass this, is it possible to get an answer to that if it's something that we could look into? And I mean, maybe it is too late, but can we just get information about that?
Definitely. I was just going to try to pull up the calendar real quick if you wanted to know.
All right, that's fine.
Member Russell, while City Clerk McKinnon is looking at that, do you mind if I ask another question, or is there any other questions?
No, that's fine.
All right, thank you very much. Member Russell, or excuse me, Member Ward.
Yeah, I think we might be getting a little bogged down in the discussion here. Based on my experience in elections, and as I've told everyone before, I've spent 10 years in the State Elections Division at the Secretary of State's office. 2 of the largest expenses related to an election are postage for mailing the mail ballots and printing for printing of the mail ballots. Because every single active registered elector in District 1 needs to receive a ballot whether they ask for one or not in a mail ballot election. Counting costs, we only have to pay for ballots that actually come back. which in a special election is generally a very, very small, relatively small percentage, somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30% at most, typically. So the counting aspect, the hand count, isn't likely to result in any cost savings. And one of the reasons why that's the case is because if we try to do this all in-house, instead of paying a vendor to print, mail, and count the ballots, which is the plan here, then we have to find a vendor to print and mail the ballots. And whoever we're using to do the whole process is very likely someone who already has a relationship with the vendor and may get volume discounts with that vendor. So our cost per unit could be higher potentially than what the vendor is paying, the vendor that we've engaged. So I would suggest, particularly for this go around, where we're a mere 3 months away from election day, if that, it's not in our best interest to try to change gears and switch the type of election that we're going to conduct. I would prefer to just stay in the lane that we're in, use what we know has worked in the past, and continue forward with a procedure that we've used and worked in the past.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Prang?
Thank you. I'm just curious how many people sit on the election commission.
There are
Do
5
we know
members.
that? How's that?
5 members.
5 members? And
The
that's
clerk,
all
the city clerk is
residents?
one of the members,
Okay.
the voting member.
And what is the population size of the District 1 residents? Do we know that? Anyone? Mayor?
7,000.
I'd have to look at it.
Actually, no, that's 5,000. 5,000, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And I do know real quick, that we were getting not a deal, but they were bulking it because there's many non-home rule charter cities are having their election on April 7th, and Sue Blair is facilitating those. So they were able to bundle and get us a price like with from mailing to postage to printing, all those kind of things, because we do have multiple cities doing an election. So we do get a little bit better deal when more cities have an election. Still waiting on the calendar.
I appreciate that, and I know that it's kind of late in the game, but I'm kind of wondering if down the road, and that's really what I was trying to ascertain, are we too far down the road to do this? But the number of special elections that we've been having, maybe it's something that the Election Commission could look into when we're not having a special election, and so it's ready to happen, to see about the feasibility. And I
Mayor?
appreciate
Oh, go ahead.
Councilmember Ward's insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Let's take that question at the end of the night in terms of whether or not to. I don't do anything else outside of an election year. So,
Real quick,
go ahead.
the ballots get mailed out March 16th, and then the election's the 7th. And we are meeting with the Election Commission. I believe it's in February. The city attorney's office, city clerk's office is working on a new election manual, I believe, Tamara. Is that what that is? And so there are things that we could bring forward to them if there's questions with that we can refer to them.
Sounds great. All right. Thank you so much. Anything else, Member Russell? All right, perfect. With that, can I get a motion to approve 9B1?
I move to approve 9B1.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson?
Aye.
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show, 6 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9C1. This is the approval of the 2025 reopener tentative agreement between the City of Inglewood and Inglewood Employees Association. This question is for Director of Human Resources, Sean Weisky. Member Russell, you had the question on this one.
Yes, thank you. And you got the questions correct. So, and I can ask, mostly these two could go together. Why did we have to renegotiate these two contracts separately? If that was required, then why did we not negotiate them separately to begin with?
I would actually request a little bit of clarification. We don't negotiate those separately ever. Those are two separate bargaining units, and we negotiate separately each time their contracts are up. So EPBA is always separately negotiated, and EEA is always separately negotiated.
Okay, I thought that was probably accurate, but in here, it did say that, was it to reopen? Because we reopened the negotiations.
Right, we reopened with both of the units, or both of the bargaining units, yes. But that was a separate process for each bargaining unit.
Okay,
EEA
but
was
even
a
the
separate-
initial was the same.
The initial was separate as well, yes.
Okay, I may have misread something in the packet. But so my question is, why were we able to save money on EEA, but it cost us more money on EPBA, Inglewood Police Benefits Association?
Yeah, so EEA was negotiated. We had 2 calendar years pre-negotiated back in 2024. So we had calendar year 2025 and calendar year 2026 negotiated with EEA. We also negotiated with EPBA calendar years 2025 and 2026. The difference was that EPBA had a COLA in 2025, but in 2026, we were unable to come to an agreement on a COLA. So because of that, back in 2024, we wrote in a reopening clause that allowed us to reopen the contract to negotiate on salary and to negotiate on retiree health. And it was only those 2 items that we had the authority to reopen the contract this past year to renegotiate on those items. So EPBA did not have a COLA in place for 2026. The difference with EEA is we did have a COLA in place for 2026 with EEA, and that was a 1.5%. So we reduced that from 1.5 to 1%, which saved about $104,000. And then on top of that, we also eliminated the pay for performance language out of EEA, which saved roughly about $522,000 if that was funded. So when you look at EEA, the reason EEA has cost savings is because we had numbers in it in the contract for 2026. There were no numbers in the contract in 2026 for EPBA. We had a reopener to discuss those this past year. So that's why it looks like there is a decrease for EEA and an increase for EPBA. It's because we didn't have anything in place for EPBA for 2026. So really, EPBA got a 1% increase, just like the rest of the organization did in 2026. And they got an additional about $25,000 worth of retiree health enhancements.
Okay, so I guess it makes sense. So generally, we negotiate 2 years at a time with the bargaining units?
So it can be either from 1 year all the way up to 3 years, and it depends on what both parties think are in their best interest. Back when we were negotiating in 2024 with EPBA, we thought a 2-year agreement was in our best interest, which is why we also got a 2-year agreement with EEA. That was based on economic forecasts. We wanted to make sure that we weren't locking ourselves into something that we couldn't fully afford for those 3 years. Our charter does not allow us to negotiate contracts beyond 3 years with our collective bargaining agreements units. So we can do 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year. This round, it just happened to be 2 years.
Okay, and so you just, but you wrote a clause in the one that you could go back and reopen it if some of the price, like the cost of living, for instance.
So there is a provision in the EEA contract that allows for EEA to approach the city if the cost of living as determined by the CPI exceeds what that annual COLA is. There's no obligation on the city to give any increase. It's just a discussion that is had, and that's a provision in the contract.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then the next questions are just ancillary because I happen to read it that in the EEA offer, they included the sabbatical leave program. I didn't know the city had a sabbatical leave program. And so my question is, when did the city begin that program? What is the purpose of that program in general? And is it paid leave or what is it?
Right. So the city started it in January 1st of this year. So it was in development all last year. The purpose of it, I mean, it's multifaceted purpose. One, it's doesn't cost the city anything as far as direct costs. It's not like a COLA that compounds each year. It is paid leave, but it's not cashable. So if you don't use your sabbatical, you don't get to cash it out upon separating from service like you do your PTO. So it really is like it's a non-cost item for the city as far as direct costs. It was a way for us to avoid salary increases. That was the reason that we negotiated the 1.5 down to 1%. This was a way for us to reward employees without having direct monetary impact. So given, again, COLAs compound each year, a 1.5 is actually going to be more expensive next year than a 1% would be because of that compound effect. This is a way for us to be able to have a total compensation package that makes sense, that we can advertise out there in the community. It's a unique benefit. It also sends out the message out there when we're trying to do recruitment and retention efforts that this is a place that we want you to be here long term, if you want to be here long term. A lot of people like to have time off as opposed to increases in their pay. Millennials and Gen Z, which make up about 2/3 of today's workforce, study after study shows that they value time off more than higher pay increases. So this is us trying to meet the moment. It is a benefit that is cutting edge. I believe we found a couple other cities that are offering this. One is in Arizona. And so it is kind of a newer benefit in the public administration space outside of education. But this is something that we felt would be a long-term attract and retain benefit that can also allow us to focus on these type of ancillary benefits as opposed to direct compensation, which is more expensive in the long term. As you all know, this city has a very steady revenue source. It's not like other cities that go up and down with the economy. We're very steady. Other cities are giving out 4 or 5% increases. We frankly cannot afford that. This is a way for us to have an alternative benefit that can make up that difference in the total compensation value, as opposed to giving compounding increases that we are not going to be able to sustain or afford.
Okay, and how long is the sabbatical?
It depends on your time here at the city, your tenure at the city. It's a retention tool, so it's every 5 years you would be able to get a sabbatical.
Which is how long after the first 5 years?
So after the first 5 years, it's 3 weeks. The next 5 years, it's 4 weeks. The next 5 years, it's 5 weeks. The next 5 years, it's 6 weeks, and that's where it caps out. So it caps out at 20 years.
In addition to annual leave?
This is in addition to PTO. Again, this is an alternative that we're looking at to not give as big a pay increases because we frankly cannot compete with what our neighboring cities are giving. They're giving 4 and 5% increases, and we just can't.
Okay, I appreciate that information. Thank you very much.
Any further questions on 9C1?
So most of my questions were really joint. If there's nobody else that has questions, could we just approve both of them together, 9C1 and 9C2?
I think we have to do them individually since we pulled them individually, but
okay.
But since you have both questions answered for both, I think that would work.
Okay.
All right, so seeing no further questions, can I get a motion to approve 9C1?
I move to approve 9C1.
Thank you, Member Russell. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments? Thank you very much for all the answers on that, Director Weisky. With that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 6 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9C2. I don't believe there were any further questions here. If not, can I get a motion to approve 9C2?
I move to approve 9C2.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Member Prang, did you have a question or no? Okay. All right, so I have a motion. I have a second. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 6 ayes.
Thank you so much. All right, are we good to keep moving or do we need a break? Good. All right, let's keep moving. There's no public hearing items for tonight. Moving on to 11A1. This is the SIPA grant. Back on first reading. We have web and digital content strategist Lucia Magnuson and Chris. I think you're just here for support. Lucia, Lucia, if you want to let us know why this is back on first reading.
Yes. So we do have an amendment to the grant agreement. So it's clauses E, F, and G. And just to recap, council asked that we narrow the audit and records provisions so they're clearly tied to financial oversight of grant funds, strengthen confidentiality and data handling language to ensure that analytics, survey data, and other sensitive and internal city information are protected and used only as necessary for grant administration. And there was also interest in clarifying limitations around branding and logo use. So Victoria McDermott, Deputy City Attorney, made those changes, sent it over to SIPA. SIPA agreed to those amendments. So now it's back on first reading for approval.
I appreciate that, Ms. Magnuson. Any questions for members of council? All right, I see. Oh, go ahead, Member Pring.
Not a large question, but just to make sure that I clarify out loud for the public and everyone. So in the changes in section E, we clarified that it's specific to financial transactions, correct? And so any of the language around inspect, examine, excerpt, copy, transcribe, all of that is specific to financial transactions and only if an audit occurs.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And thank you so much for your work on that.
Any further questions for members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
Move to approve 11A1.
Thank you, Member Praying. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I do appreciate city staff working on this, and you did a great job, and thank you very much.
I too want to thank the city staff, but also want to thank Member Praying for bringing this to our attention and asking that we get clarification on that contract language. So thank you very much for that. And with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 6 ayes.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ms. Magnuson, for your work on this. Moving on to 11A2. We have City Attorney Tamara Niles here to speak to amending municipal code to increase theft jurisdictional limit in municipal court. Good evening.
Good evening. This is a municipal code amendment requested by municipal court. Currently, our municipal code allows us to prosecute offenders for theft only up to $1,000. A state law was changed that allowed municipal courts to preside over offenses of theft for up to $2,000. So this proposed code amendment would then mirror state law so that theft offenses valued at $2,000 and less can go to municipal court. If you don't want to make that change, offenses between $1,000 and $2,000 will continue to be written into Arapahoe County District Court, where they will be prosecuted over in Centennial instead of here locally.
Thank you very much. City Attorney Niles, any questions for members of council? All right.
Mayor?
Oh, go ahead, Member Ward.
When an officer encounters a case like this in the future and they have a $2,000 limit, let's just say the theft is $1,500, for instance, or presumed to be $1,500 in value. Is there a choice that the officer has at that moment to write a ticket to county or district court as opposed to municipal court? Or are we, by adopting this, obligating our officers to write every case that fits the criteria to municipal?
Officers have no obligation to write cases into municipal court. When there is concurrent jurisdiction, meaning there's a state law that prohibits the same conduct as our municipal code, officers always have the choice whether to send it to district court or whether to send it to municipal court. This expands their options for theft between $1,000 and $2,000. But if an officer, maybe there's other offenses that an officer thinks maybe district court is better equipped to handle, an officer still has that jurisdiction or that discretion. It doesn't change that.
So it is possible we could have a scenario where someone would actually receive multiple summonses to multiple courts. For instance, if they're in possession of methamphetamine or in a quantity that's sufficient for sale, but they also have an alleged theft, we could write the theft to municipal court and the drug charge to whatever the state court of jurisdiction is.
Only if it's arising out of a different incident. So if it all occurs as part of one incident, it has to be prosecuted together. Otherwise, double jeopardy could come into play. First one to get the conviction means the other one would be dismissed. So anything in a single incident is always prosecuted in a single prosecution.
Okay.
Now, if they stole something for $1,500 one night and then sold meth the next night, then yes, those would be prosecuted separately, one in district court and one in municipal.
Okay, this might be very technical in nature, but if they steal something and we capture them on the theft and then we find them in possession of drugs in sufficient quantity to distribute, is that the same offense or is that a different offense?
It's likely a different offense. And so it would go to that officer discretion as to whether or not it's two separate offenses. It would be two separate case numbers. I suspect if they discovered it all at the same time, they would file it under the same case number, one case, one prosecution.
Okay, thank you. That answers my questions.
Any further questions on CB2? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve CB2?
Move to approve CB2.
Thank you, Member Prank. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? All right, seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. City Attorney Niles, you're still up for amendment to Municipal Code to clarify grant agreement approval mechanism.
Yes, we have an ambiguity in charter, so we are asking City Council to correct that for us to ensure that city staff complies with charter, because when it's ambiguous, we aren't sure. So Charter 79 requires City Council ordinance approval for intergovernmental agreements or contracts for joint services with another public entity. Charter 80, however, authorizes City Council to receive gifts, which means a gift of funds to the city, City Council just has to approve by motion. So it was unclear to staff if we receive a gift in the form of a grant from a public entity and they want us to sign a contract, is that ordinance approval or is that motion approval? So out of an abundance of caution, when I became city attorney, I said, no, we're treating those like IGAs, intergovernmental agreements. Under Charter 79, I want ordinance approval. However, a lot of those agreements, we just accept the money. We're not entering into a joint service. We're not jointly doing something with this other government entity. We're just accepting their money and we're providing our own service. So when there's an ambiguity, though, I take the most conservative approach. This has significantly increased the number of ordinances the City Council approves. I'm sure Councilmember Russell probably remembers when we didn't approve these by ordinance, as well as Mayor Sierra. You've been on the council for a long time as well. So in adopting more ordinances, it's a second reading. It takes more staff time. We also have to publish it. But then there's also the delay. We have 2 readings and then a 30-day delay from second publication before it becomes effective. And when the state wants us to give us money, we found they want us to accept it quite quickly and sign that agreement. And sometimes we run into this problem with a 30-day delay where we can't sign the contract. So what we are proposing is a municipal code amendment so that when there are these contracts where it's just the state giving us money or another public entity just giving us money, City Council still has to approve them, but by motion instead of ordinance. So this would be the proposed language of the amendment. If the primary purpose is the receipt of just grant funds or financial assistance, which aren't a joint service, then this falls under the gift provision, which requires motion approval. Now, there could be an opportunity where another provision of code requires a different mechanism, such as our procurement policy would require a resolution, or another section of code requires an ordinance approval. We would always be the most conservative, most formal acceptance provision required. But if it's just money, we're proposing City Council take a vote, authorize us to accept it, and to sign the agreement that allows us to accept it. Of course, this doesn't change anything else. City Council still approves it. We still have the grant application policy under City Council policies. We copied and pasted it in full here, but it's a pretty small text. But this is in our council policies manual that states when city staff will bring grant applications to you for approval before we even apply. And that's unchanged. So it's possible that for every grant, you still would have a second, at least one approval, if not two, before we even apply. Question?
City Attorney Niles, thank you very much for that. Any questions from members of council? Member Ward.
I think this is timely because we just approved a grant a couple of items ago, and that grant didn't go through the first time it came in front of us because it had contractual obligations that we were not comfortable with. How would that apply here? We would never see that if there was a motion approval because we wouldn't have the contract in front of us, would we?
You still would. We would still provide you all the contract documents. The only difference is there wouldn't be the additional ordinance on top of it to approve. So on the SIPA grant agreement, if it doesn't have provisions you like, you can table it, and we can, just like we did, go back, renegotiate, bring an updated agreement to you, or you can do a motion approval subject to these revisions, which I've seen councils do as well when motion approval is required. Because ordinance approval was required, we had to follow a more formal process and bring it for a second first reading. So we'll actually now come before you 3 times. We will publish it 3 times, and then we wait 30 days, and then it's effective. Whereas a motion approval would be effective upon vote.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve CB6 11A3?
Move to approve CB6.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Bethel. All right, any further comments? Member Ward, go ahead.
I appreciate what's trying to be done here, but as I read Charter 80, I think it contemplates something different than a grant from the government. So I'm going to be a no tonight. I'm looking at Charter 80, and I'm not sure that the explicit wording says this, but it says may receive bequests, gifts, and donations of all kinds of property. And then it goes on from there. That's sort of like, to me, it sounds like something like the Malley, donation that funded the Malley Trust, or a park bench donation or some other type of thing that is simpler, as opposed to something that we agree with a government to take their money, and as such, we also have certain terms to that agreement. And I don't think I've ever seen a grant that didn't have a contract of some sort. And so I think Charter 79 applies more towards grants than Charter 80 does, and I'm going to stick with that interpretation, even though I may be stuck on an island by myself.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any further comments from members of council? City Attorney Niles, I will be voting in favor of this. I can understand the concern that Member Ward has on this, but I also feel that the safeguards that we have in place still will allow us, like the SIPA grant example that was just brought up. If there were aspects of the contract we weren't comfortable with, we can still table that item. Still have a discussion on it and not vote on it that evening, similar to what we're doing tonight with that one where it was a first reading and then a second reading. But I will vote in favor of it. So thank you very much for the work that you did on this as well. So, anything else from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So what if we do nothing? I mean, what if we just leave it the way it is?
We will maintain the status quo and bring all grant agreements to City Council for ordinance approval.
So my question is, some of this problem, I know that all staff is busy. What would happen if we got a grant writer? Would that change any of this? The grant writer may be only responsible for grants and would know everything, and maybe how it needs to come forward.
It possibly could change. Right now, every department that receives a grant inputs the item into our agenda system and request the ordinance, and it's their responsibility to take it all the steps for approval, ensure it's signed, etc. With the grant writer, it's possible that it could be reassigned. That role could be reassigned to them. All things grants could be their responsibility. So if this is adopted, it could save some fairly significant time for them in the approval process. But again, we currently do an ordinance approval for every grant agreement. And if you choose to do nothing, we will continue to do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm beginning to see Councilmember Ward's point a little bit more. As far as protection for the city, I mean, if we missed out on a grant, would there be more protection for the city if we have to pass them by motion rather than resolution?
It's possible we could miss the deadline for grant acceptance through an ordinance approval. We have spoken with other governmental entities and said, look, this ordinance isn't final yet. It's been approved on first and second reading, but it's not final, so technically we can't sign it yet. It's my understanding so far, every agency that has had a short deadline has allowed us to defer that execution until the ordinance becomes effective, but I can't guarantee that will continue to be the case. On several occasions, we have been concerned that we were going to lose significant amounts of money that we needed to perform our city operations. So that's the greatest risk, in my opinion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to provide just a counterpoint to Member Ward's take on this. First of all, in Charter 79, it's talking about specifically receiving government services, not grants or anything like that. Charter 80 actually does anticipate that there would be contracts associated with receiving gifts or grants, because it talks about disposing of those gifts in accordance with the terms of the gift, bequest, or trust. So it does contemplate that it's going to come with, with some kind of contract that would go along with it. So I think it makes sense to see this as if we're receiving a grant that doesn't require some governmental partnership to provide services, then it would fit better under Charter 80. So I'm supportive of this in light of that.
Member Prank.
Thank you. I'll be supportive of this evening too. I feel that we still have protections and the ability to stop things in their tracks and ask questions and ask for amendments to agreements through the motion process. I don't want to stand the chance of losing funds. And I also think that, council can specifically ask the city attorney's office to have stronger scrutiny around data and any mentions of data and how our data will be handled in agreements such as this or contracts. Just knowing that that is a greater concern of council at this time.
Thank you, Member Prang. All right, I see no further comments. I got a first and a second. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes, 1 nay.
City Attorney Niles, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to 11A4. This is the request to transfer loan funds from the Sewer Enterprise Fund to the Storm Drainage Fund. We have Director of South Platte Renewing Utilities, Pieter Van Rij, Deputy Director of Business Solutions and Engineering, Sarah Stone. And I see Director of Public Works, Victor Rochelle as well, and Director of Finance. All right, well, we'll just kick it off with you, Director Van Rij.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're here tonight to present a interfund loan between the Sewer Fund and the Stormwater Fund. This is to address a short-term cash flow issue that we've identified in the Stormwater Drainage Fund. And the plan is that we are securing additional funds from Mile High Flood that we anticipate will come in, Mile High Flood District, that will come, we anticipate coming in somewhere around April or May. However, we have to work through their process. I'll talk about that a little bit more as we get further along in the presentation. And so between now and then, we have a series of obligations that we need to make sure that we are able to pay. And so this interfund loan will allow us to essentially be a bridge loan until we reach that point where we can ensure that with that funding coming in, that we would have long-term a long-term financial plan for the stormwater fund as it now resides in utilities. So that's essentially the item that we're going to present tonight. There's 4 of us that are going to go through and talk about where we've been, where we're going, what we're going to do moving forward. And I'm going to start that with Director Ingalls, who's going to take us to a little bit of the timeline of what got us to where we are today.
Thank you, Director Van Rye. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Ingalls, Director of Finance. We're going to look at some of the recent history of the Stormwater Fund and some of the funding that we've put in place on this slide. So back in 2018, the stormwater fee was $4.16 a quarter per household. That really didn't leave any room for anything other than minimal maintenance. Most of that was reactive maintenance. Something broke and we fixed it. And it didn't allow for any capital spend. So in 2019, there was a stormwater master plan. Also in 2019, Council approved a $3 million loan for the stormwater fund. Ultimately, that loan was never used. In 2020, there was a storm water rate and fee study. And in 2021, we began securing funding for what would be the South Englewood Flood Reduction Plan. There were 2 pieces of funding that we secured. One was an $8.7 million revenue bond, and there was a $26 million state revolving loan fund, both intended primarily to fund the South Englewood Flood Reduction Plan. I'm going to turn it over to Public Works Director Rochelle. He's going to talk a little bit more about the capital improvement projects.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Victor Rochelle, Director of Public Works. So kind of picking up where Director Ingalls left off on the stormwater capital and funding timeline. In 2022, the city issued contracts for approximately $2.5 million for new pipes and inlets. This was in primarily the Acoma area to address flooding challenges, pinch points, pipes that were inconsistent in that area in construction. And also in 2022, we started pursuing the Old Hamden Complete Streets project. Now, as part of that, it was recognized on Old Hamden that stormwater improvements were necessary. Those improvements were not included in the 2020 master plan or the financial modeling that happened at that time. The total estimated cost of all the stormwater improvements for Old Hamden, this is all phases, comes to a total of $5.2 million. In 2024, using the loan, the city broke ground on a $31.4 million South Englewood flood reduction. Now that cost is comprehensive. That includes $6.2 million in property acquisition, as well as $1.3 in engineering cost, and then you add in the construction costs. That is both phase 1 and phase 2. You might recall there are 2 phases there. One phase is actually the lining of the Oxford pipe, going all the way to the outfall at Santa Fe, where we had some challenges, and then also the construction of the ponds and the tunneling from the ponds to Rotolo Park to get that water to the new detention system. Last, in 2025 and continuing into 2026, we are working to complete the Old Hamden stormwater improvements there. Current change orders to date are approximately $175,000, and that is for the stormwater portion of the project. That project is the Old Hamden Utilities, is a combination of water line replacement and stormwater. So the 175 speaks to stormwater only. That's what we're talking about this afternoon. And that is within the contingency at the moment. So analysis, what went right and where did we miss the mark? So what went right? in the stormwater fund in the timeframes that we've outlined. So we believe we've met the residents' expectations with the improvements to the system and council expectations. We cleaned pipes, we built the pond, we lined the outfall, and we're working on Old Hamden. And this is to rapidly upgrade that infrastructure in the South Inglewood Basin. We completed most projects on time and in budget. We had a great rate on the $8 million stormwater bond, and the use of the state revolving fund allowed us to get a very low interest rate. Where we missed the mark. We created the stormwater division and had the largest expansion of capital budget in one department's history within the city. And that's without adjusting staffing levels to help us make sure we manage that on the financial side appropriately. We also had substantial staff turnover from 2018 to 2023, and that lack of creation of business services section for financial analysis played into that. Next, we failed to draw down, as Director Ingalls touched on, a $3 million loan that was approved in 2019 from the general fund to the stormwater fund when the Old Hamden Complete Streets project was awarded. As I touched on a minute ago, some of this was not in that financial model. That funding was available. We did not utilize it. Last, we should have approached the joint funding discussions with Mile High Flood District, as Director Van Rye touched on, with the South Inglewood Flood Reduction Project much earlier in the project. South Inglewood Flood Reduction is considered a regional pond. Mile High Flood District supports regional infrastructure. And so those conversations, as Director Rye touched on, are now going, and funding is looking very positive, but that conversation should have started much earlier in the process. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Sarah.
Okay, good evening. I will touch on the capital obligations that are coming up and the reason that we are asking for this transfer of $3 million. So as of the end of November 2025, the fund balance in the storm drainage fund was about $2 million. In this table here, I'm showing the invoices that were paid in December and January that caused that fund balance to drop down to about $300,000 as of January 9th, at which point we discussed what our options were for the outstanding obligations that are listed in the bottom half of this table. So through June 2026, there are several outstanding obligations that need to come from the storm drainage fund. So that first one there is the Mile High Flood District IGAs. Those were the IGAs that were approved at the end of the year last year, and are the matching funds. Those are the funds that we put into Mile High Flood District. They match those funds so that there's capital funding available for projects, regional projects within the city of Inglewood. So that total is $775,000. The remaining contract amount on the Old Hampton Utilities project, and this is the stormwater portion only, is $849,000. We currently have an existing invoice from the contractor for about $125,000 that needs to be paid here in the next few weeks. And then the debt obligations that Director Ingalls went through, there are debt service payments. There's 2 per year. So there's one on May 1st for the SRF loan, and that's $810,000. And then the revenue bond debt service due June 1st is $131,000. So those capital obligations still remaining through June 2026 is about $2.6 million. The fees generated through the stormwater drainage fee that's on residents' monthly bill is approximately $300,000 a month. So the current fund balance, while it shows $300,000, that does not include some of the revenue that will be booked for December once those financial dates close and all that information is collected and added into the fund balance. I anticipate that that'll be closer to $600,000. Again, not enough to meet these outstanding obligations, as well as there's operating costs for staff, ongoing maintenance, things like that, we estimate are between $50,000 and $100,000 per month. The other thing that that we need to maintain in the storm drainage fund is a minimum fund balance, and that's 3 months of operating costs, and that's according to our bond covenants in those fund agreements. With that, I will turn it back over to Director Van Rye.
Okay, so this is how we came up with the short-term loan of $3 million that we're proposing tonight. So we propose that as a sewer enterprise fund to storm drainage fund loan. One of the main reasons we propose it that way is the sewer fund balance right now is healthy, and it does have available funding to be able to do this loan. It also keeps it within enterprise funds, and so as all three enterprise funds are now under utilities and under our financial systems and models, we just felt it was easier to use the sewer fund to make this bridge loan, and then anticipate paying it back shortly. It'll cover our outstanding obligations that you saw on the previous slide, as well as some additional expenses that are out there. We know we have more work to do on Old Hamden, and we are working right now with that contractor on negotiating another amendment to complete that pipe, possibly 2 amendments to complete that piping system to get it completely out from underneath where the complete streets area is. So I would anticipate that we'll be bringing that to council in the next month or two. We're working through with the contractor on that right now, because right now the system is completed partway, but we want to complete it all the way to the outfall, and that's what the 2 remaining amendments that were originally contemplated in the project are still remaining. So the sewer fund, like I said, is even after all these obligations, we anticipate that it would drop down to would still have a balance of around $10 million, which is good when you actually, if for many of you who were on council a few years ago and remember, the sewer fund was actually having cash flow problems about 5 years ago. To be where we are today in terms of the same type of concern around cash flow to now we have a healthy fund balance to help build it up and draw it down depending on the capital expenses, largely driven by South Platte Renew. As we've talked about before, capital planning isn't uniformly the same each year, and sometimes it goes up and sometimes it goes down. But what we'd like to do is maintain predictability for our customers. And so the way we do that is we build it up and draw it down and build it up and draw it down. We're in one of those periods right now where we have it built up, which affords us this ability to do this. It exceeds our minimum fund balance requirements from our WIFIA bond covenants. And then the third bullet there, which is the loan itself. So the loan is the repayment of the loan comes from a Mile High Flood District conversation that we've been engaged in since the first week of December. So the South Englewood Flood Reduction Facility project was, I believe, it was $31 million that was on that slide. And typically, the way Mile High Flood works is they'll provide partnering funding to projects that are regional. And so the 2 agreements that we brought late last year were the city's participation over the past several years to build up those funding amounts that are held with Mile High Flood District. Well, in those 2 agreements we have right now, when we pay that remaining $775,000, which triggers the match from them, that puts a total balance of those 2 funds that Mile High is holding at $8 million. So we met with them, and recognizing that that we were facing a bit of a funding challenge, Sarah and I went and met with Mile High Flood District and said, here's an idea. What if we, instead of building those funds and doing a future project, what if we were able to retroactively apply those funds to a project that we just did that was $31 million and utilize those funds as a partner match essentially out of order, instead of building the funding match and then having them build the project, and then the funding match is already in place. And they said, well, nobody's ever done this before. And so they ran it up their chain to the executive director of Mile High Flood. Got word back a week and a half ago that they support the idea. They think it's a good idea. They think it's a good way for us to continue to keep a stable stormwater enterprise fund. So the plan is to bring that $8 million back in to the stormwater enterprise fund for Englewood. So that would be all the money that we've contributed, as well as all the match funding. And so what that provides essentially is around $4 million of match funding to the South Englewood project. Now, Mile High Flood will match up to 50%, but on a project that big, and so we asked, well, so can we potentially get more than the $4 million? And they said, well, actually, that a $31 million project is a really big project for them. Their entire capital plan cost for 2026 for Arapahoe County is $6 million. So that includes projects in Aurora, Arapahoe County, Littleton, us. And so once they told us that, we realized that $4 million was actually a really good matching amount. And it's not like there was more that we missed out on. We think it maximizes the amount coming back. We did discuss this with the Water and Sewer Board last week, and they also recommended approval. So that's really the plan, is to put this loan in place so we can bridge the temporary cash flow, and then work to secure that $8 million coming back. And then what that does is it provides us a really strong fund balance to then build a longer term financial model that is complemented by the new master plan, as well as the new financial model, which will match the one that you've seen before from water and sewer. So we'll do a water one, a sewer one, and a storm one, and they'll have the same multicolored graphs and the same information that you've seen before, because we'll run that through our Stantec Enterprise Fund support. So moving forward, we have executed the reorganization of stormwater back under the utilities department. If we go back to 2020 and remember why we split it this way, all three of these funds were in dire shape because of underfunding. And so at $4.16 a quarter, that essentially translates to $15,000 a month to fund all the stormwater needs in the city. $15,000 a month. So we just issued debt for $34 million. So that would take 188 years to pay back at $15,000 a month. So it just shows you how far lagging behind those stormwater rates were. And so the first thing you have to do, like we did in the water and the sewer, which was done on the stormwater side, was build the revenue so that we can then actually secure the debt so that we can actually do these projects. At the time, 6 or 7 years ago, we were dealing with repeated sinkholes. There was a demand from the community to invest in the stormwater program. And so those rates currently today, I believe are, what are the rates? 2024? 2166, thank you. So they are at 2166 a month. So as we look at stormwater programs around the metro area, Denver's at 2749 a month. And so Denver and Englewood are very similar in terms of age and when infrastructure was built and how development was done and all those kinds of things. So if we're running in the similar costs as Denver, I would say we're not terribly out of whack in terms of what the needs are, because remember, $15,000 a month, nothing gets done, not even a single person to execute the work. So we've completed all this work, as Director Rochelle talked about, over the last 5 years. Pretty significant work. We're continuing to understand and advance our planning through partnership with Mile High Flood, and we are also doing an overall master plan update. And so that is we're doing that in at the same time with the water fund, the sewer fund, and the stormwater fund. We're doing all three of them, and we'll have new results. And so those will be updated results, which will incorporate the work that's been done over the last 5 or 6 years. We are framing how we are presenting the projects in that master plan based on our discussions with Mile High Flood District. The Mile High Flood District has funding available for projects that are less than $1 million that do not require match. And so we have asked our consultant to present the project needs in the master plan in a number of less than $1 million projects. And if we want to bundle them, we can bundle them. But if we want to keep them separate so we can get them fully funded by Mile High Flood, we can propose to them a list right out of the gate and be ready with projects as soon as they identify funding. So the way we just even shape the results of the master plan, I think positions us better for a potential future fund. Talked about the fund tonight. We've talked quite a bit about the $8 million reimbursement, which is critical. We expect that assuming that $8 million comes back this spring, it would require, it's got to go through their board, it's got to go through this council, it's got to be approved through both bodies. Assuming all that goes through, at that point in time, the money would come in and then we would pay this loan back. And so we anticipate that loan repayment would occur by July or early summer or something like that. That's assume everything works out. Remember, it's still got to go through Mile High Flood District approval, but we have approval from their staff all the way up through the executive director that this is a good approach and a good idea to solve this challenge. And so we're in a short-term cash flow issue that we think we have good solutions moving forward. And then when we actually bring that money back in, we have a great financial foundational base to build a longer-term financial model and strategy that without that $8 million coming in, we would have to be looking for additional rate increases beyond what would be a normal incremental rate increase like we see in water and sewer to keep up with the longer-term plan to address this. And so we think we got a good plan forward. This is just a step in that plan to bridge the gap. And so that is the presentation from all of us, and we're ready for questions.
Thank you very much to all the directors and deputy directors for speaking on the item. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Ward.
So we have $10 million sitting in our sewer enterprise fund. Is that earmarked for any specific project?
So what that is for is that is driven by the financial capital plan of South Platte Renew largely. And so what we look at is a 5-year window and a 10-year window. And so we base the rates on keeping that as a smooth set of rates, so you don't see spikes in rates when we have a big capital year, or decrease or zero rate increases a year that we don't have. It's called rate smoothing, which is how we like to do this, because then it becomes predictable for our customers. And so the majority of that money is set aside in our enterprise fund to be able to fund our half of those capital needs when South Platte Renew presents them as part of the capital request. So that capital request will be presented to Englewood, and that capital request will be presented to Littleton. Each city funds each of those. The joint venture requires the cities to collect revenue to be able to meet the requested needs of South Platte Renew, and then have a minimum balance of $1 million in order to a reserve balance of $1 million for those capital needs. And so, at where our fund balance is right now, we meet all those provisions and are planning for as continued costs and investments are needed at South Platte Renew, that the funding will be available at the time that we need to make those investments.
So it's designed to prevent us from having to draw more debt out of the plan.
Right now it is set up so that in the near term, we're not drawing debt. In the longer term, because we have significant capital needs, I think we've talked about at the South Platte Renew annual meeting that for the next 5 years, our capital plan generally is between $16 and $18 million a year for an ongoing investment, and that's for investments on the systems around the plant. In about 5 years, the planning that capital need jumps to 35 million a year, and then it's 35 million a year every year after that. That's driven by regulatory drivers, significant age on some of our larger investment or larger capital or assets. And so as we look at the SPR master plan, that's what informs the two cities' sewer enterprise funds. And then the two cities collect that money from the customers within the two cities, but it also collects from the customers that are in the connector districts. And so those connector districts make up 220,000 people of the funding of South Platte Renew. However, they are functionally customers of the city of Englewood and customers of the city of Littleton. So it's the responsibility of the cities to collect from those customers, have the money available so that when the request is made from South Platte Renew, according to the South Platte Renew plans, it's available.
I think the concept that's causing me some difficulty is the money is coming from the sewer fund. We collected the money for a specific purpose from a set of people that is larger than just the population of the city of Englewood. And while we anticipate that it will be paid back, we don't have cash in hand right now to pay it back. So there is some financial risk to that base of ratepayers in this transaction. Even if it's small, there is some.
So we don't believe that there's financial risk. The financial risk is that it doesn't get paid back in 3 months. It gets paid back over a longer term at a 3% interest rate. So that's why it's not mentioned here, but the loan from the sewer fund to the water fund, this was a recommendation of the Water and Sewer Board, is at a 3% interest rate. So what that does is it makes the sewer fund whole as it relates to loaning that money to this fund. So this is where interfund loans are a thing that occur often. And so some loans have periods of time where they have more surplus than others. And so in this instance, this is just one of those times where the sewer fund has some of that surplus. What makes this the people who've paid into the sewer rates whole is that the stormwater fund will pay that money back with interest, essentially. And so that means that in the end, the sewer fund is made whole at the timing of when the capital need or the capital expense is required from South Platte Renew. And so the risk is the risk isn't that it doesn't get paid back. The risk is that it takes longer to pay back than was originally anticipated.
In which case, we would be going to the stormwater payers in Englewood and looking potentially at a rating.
At which point that's where we were before the $8 million mile high flood idea came up. Was the way out of this was to increase monthly rates because we have significant stormwater needs, and those stormwater needs cost significant amounts of money.
The other you've answered part of the question, but I think the other thing that I'm still struggling with just a little bit is this $10 million piece. The rates that we charge are based on an understanding that we intend to collect and use the money at a rate fairly similar to what it costs us to operate the enterprise, as opposed to making a profit off of it. So when I first saw this in the Water and Sewer Board, and you and I have talked about this previously in that meeting, I thought, well, Englewood has a problem with our stormwater fund. We have money in our general fund. If we wanted to keep the whole thing in-house and sort of have it taken care of by the people who are responsible for it, we would be taking the money out of the general fund as opposed to the stormwater fund or the sewer fund. And you've explained that adequately. I'm comfortable with the transaction. There's just something I suspect that a number of my constituents are going to wonder about the math being a little fuzzy here as far as having $10 million in the sewer fund that we can transfer over to the stormwater fund under the presumption that it will be paid back.
Yeah, we're only talking about $3 million. We're not talking about the full total.
Yeah, $3 million. That's good.
The other thing is So remember how we've talked about the fact that the South Platte Renew is owned by the two cities, right? So the two cities are the owners. It's South Platte Renew owned by Littleton Englewood. And that's important because as owners, the two cities have a significant amount of liability and responsibility. And, so if there's some kind of consent decree that comes down, those connector districts are like, it's your plant. We just pay you. And so there's that liability and responsibility that comes with being an owner. Well, part of the benefit of being an owner is the two cities charge for the services, and the way we charge for the services is not in a way that spikes rates. And so we do that to make building predictable bank accounts so that when there's a drawdown, it happens in that predictable way, as opposed to we do 0 rate increases for many years, and then all of a sudden we're doing a big project and we need to do a 30% rate increase. This is how we maintain predictability. One of the benefits to the cities as owners, and Littleton has the same benefit, is because all the connector districts are essentially just large customers. That's what they are. They're large customers. The city bears the liability responsibility, but also bears the benefit of being the owner of the entity, which means as long as the obligations of the joint venture are being met, which they are in this case, the money that sits in the bank is for the city to use in ways that it deems appropriate.
And also, if I wasn't currently residing in one of those connector districts, they would be subsidizing my rate as an Inglewood resident, potentially.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I happen to live in the South Inglewood Sanitation Connector District.
Yep.
So I pay the connector district on my sewer
That's
bill.
correct.
But if I wasn't, then I would be amongst the many Inglewood residents who aren't in one of those connector districts, who are essentially having their rates subsidized by the presence of the connector districts.
Well, so they're not subsidized in a way that's not allowed by industry industry rule or approach. I can't think of the right word, but there's manuals of practice that determine how rates are charged in the water space and the wastewater space. And if you remember in 2021, we came to the council and said, based on being an owner and having all the liability and the responsibility of being an owner of South Platte Renew, the city can be charging the connector district's customers more money. And we made those adjustments. If you remember, I believe the inside city customers' rates went down 22%, and the outside city rates went up like 8% or something like that. And so the residents of the city of Englewood, who are purely in the city's sewer fund service area, received a tremendous benefit in 2021 when we reset the whole structure according to industry guidelines, which allows for the charging of extraterritorial customers more, because this ultimately, again, if a consent decree comes down, the connector districts are like, that's your problem. We just pay you for the service. And so that's where there's this benefit of the ownership.
Great, thank you. I think you've answered all my questions. I may have some additional questions for finance, but I'll yield to another member at this time.
Peter, I got a few. Actually, I got quite a few questions, but let's go back to just the concerns that I had when I first heard about this and that I voiced in the water and sewer report. So within one of the slides, you talk about the next 6 months. Are we sure that that is the only obligations that we have over the next 6 months, that we won't be asking for more come the second half of the year?
Right now, so with the exception of those amendments that I mentioned on the Old Hamden, which I believe total around 1.5 million. And so in order to keep that project moving and forward and funded, we need to be making those funds.
I'll get back to that in a second as well. But
so that's not reflected in here. And so depending on the timing and the cash flow, which, this is the known obligations that we have identified right now. We think this represents most, if not all, of those obligations. with the exception of that amendment that has not been approved yet, has not been moved forward, but in terms of good practice of finishing out that system, if with this loan, we can show a strong financial cash flow with the monthly revenue coming in and meeting the obligations, and then also progressing that, at least the part of that project that's still in the Old Hamden. There's 2 more blocks in Old Hamden that should be completed. That we anticipate fits within this total amount by the time that 8 million would come back from Mile High flood. We would not bring the Old Hamden amendment unless we were sure, based on our financial modeling, that it was not going to cause us a further problem. Now, as I said in the Water and Sewer Board, this all assumes that $8 million transaction occurs. If for some reason something gets hung up or something doesn't go through, we'll go back and look at how this loan gets paid back as fast as possible. We work to fund the minimum things that we need to fund, and then present to council, we still have needs. How do we want to fund those things? And that would likely occur with the results of the master plan, and be able, and our funding model alternatives that we could present.
Okay. All right, that answers that aspect of it. And I appreciate Director Rochelle kind of speaking to how we got here. So Victor, you may know this, or this might be, Peter, your question, but the stormwater rate and fee study that we did in 2020, that was a very specific scope, if I remember right. That was really only for the South Inglewood Basin. Is that correct? When we said that we went up to, what, 2166 per month, or steadily increased until the current rate of 2166, it was for the funding or for the improvements that we were looking to do in that area. Is that right?
So that I have to turn over to Director Rochelle, because I am not sure of that answer.
Mayor, thank you for the question. That's correct. It was a very specific scope based on the master plan at that time. It did not include Old Hamden and some of these other improvements.
Right. And so, because there's still a need for stormwater improvements, like in the city ditch, the Little Dry Creek. We talked about some of the other things that need to happen in the future, but that wasn't part of the 2166 that we have today. So the way that we got into this mess is that Old Hampton came along, right? We stated, what was it, 2022, something like that?
Yes.
That we started working on Old Hampton, but because it wasn't part of the rate and fee study of 2021, we started work on that project. Actually, that's what I'm still unclear of. Why did we start doing stormwater improvements on Old Hampton when it wasn't part of the fee study that we approved in 2021? Was there already like additional funds that we saw? Oh, it's actually, we're going to have additional funds that we can start working on this. I'm just trying to understand that part of it.
It's a great question. It does predate me, but if I'm looking at the information about the $3 million loan that we did not execute on,
yeah, city manager.
And city manager can provide a little context too. So
thank you. Yes, I was pretty involved in that. Yeah, from what we've been looking into this issue, I think that this is really at the root. The question you're asking is really at the root of the problem. We're still doing a postmortem on this, more to come. But yeah, the fact that it was not in the plan, and then we got grant funds. So essentially, it was a problem that was, it was a good problem to have, because we got grant funds from the state, through Dr. Cog, for the Old Hamden Complete Streets project. You may remember that was also the cycle we got grants for the Old Hamden, for the South Broadway. But it was the money to do Old Hamden Complete Streets. We had the funds to do the water lines, to do what little sewer lines we needed to do. We should have taken the loan from the city at that point, because we did not really have the finances to adequately do all the projects that we had, tens and tens of millions that we've done over the last 5 years from the Stormwater Fund, but we did not have the funds to do Old Hamden. And so we're still looking into this, and I don't want to say definitively on that, but I think your question is the problem. But it was the federal funds were so enticing because they match what our match was so small to that. So had we not done the project, or had we not done the the stormwater project as part of Old Hamden, we would have been coming back in at some point. Those lines were failing at the time, and we would have had to go back in and do that project after the Complete Streets project was already built.
No, that part, I understand that aspect, but we just didn't do the math to basically say that we had enough within the stormwater to kind of to start the Complete Streets. We had the money from a general fund perspective to do the multi-mobility and take advantage of the grant funding that we got, the stuff above ground, but not underground.
Well, we did have water and sewer funds to do the
Yeah.
replacement of those, but the stormwater drains that were in that area were where I don't think we put enough rigor into the financial analysis for that. But it was a project that was moving forward, and had we waited to do the stormwater, we would have been tearing up the project.
Yeah, additionally, we also did assign ARPA funds to the stormwater and the water part of it. It wasn't a lot, but we did assign those funds. We actually de-scoped the sewer because the sewer actually was determined to be in good enough shape that we didn't have to do the work. But yeah, I think all of that was, at the time, there was all that infusion of money. It was just this last piece of the stormwater system need was still that $5.2 million.
Yeah, I guess part of the reason why I'm asking is that we were also talking about doing improvements on South Broadway, south of what is it, South Broadway, whatever we decided to call it, or what was voted on. And there's going to be stormwater improvements that we're talking about, that aspect of sewer, water. The fact that we're going to be doing another rate study, I guess it's a good lesson learned. I'm glad that it's not not an issue where, when I first heard about it, when we were talking about it during Water and Sewer Board, I was worried that this was a bigger issue that was going to cause immediate rate increases to our citizens because there was a shortfall from work that we started without having the funding. Doesn't sound like that's the case, but I'm worried about the aspect of other improvements that we're looking to make across the city that aren't currently funded, but obviously we're doing
And I think so.
Master plan.
So there's basically 3 phases to this. So the first phase was the significant investment of the money that was secured in the loans on the South Englewood, which we just actually paid the remaining invoices to the contractor at the end of the year. So then we have this place in between where we're identifying a cash flow issue, and we've identified that solution of bringing that $8 million back into the fund. And so what that does is that reestablishes the fund balance in a way that from there we can then look to the future relative to what's identified in the master plan and what the priorities and needs of the city are in terms of where we put funding. Because South Englewood is one of a few different drainage basins that need work. And so instead of starting with zero money in the bank, we anticipate that we should have somewhere around 6 or 7 million in the bank because of bringing that money back in. That we can then build a plan based on the master plan and the financial model, and then engage council and say, we still have all these needs. Our rates are still competitive when you look at the Front Range. I mean, if you look at the total utility bill, our 2025 typical utility bill is $100 a month. And the average of the 16 other communities that we averaged is $130 a month. And so we're still affordable in comparison. Even though we've gone up quite a bit, we're still affordable and we're in the lower half. But if the needs are significantly more, then that's when we come back to council and present, well, here's the needs, here's what we think that requires from a rate increase perspective, here's how we can identify additional funding. That's the next phase of this once we get through this short-term bridge loan piece.
Yeah, I think you answered a large majority of my questions, Peter and Victor. Thank you so much for that. I think I saw Member Russell, go ahead.
This question is for the city manager. Who is responsible for keeping track of the spending and the contracts and keeping this all lined up so we know how much money we're going to be spending or we owe. Who's in charge of that? Do we have somebody in the city that's in charge of keeping track of everything that's being spent and the contracts that are coming before us, and we keep passing them, and then we get to a point like this? Is there somebody keeping track?
It's a great question, Member Russell. And yes, there are multiple levels of people that are doing that. It really starts at the project manager level first. The project manager is responsible for keeping the department head informed of the projects, where they are, where cost overruns are coming. And then the director is responsible for keeping finance informed of where those are. Finance actually, if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, first raised this flag about this fund. Am I correct? This was around just a week or two ago.
Is it? Yeah, on the 9th they presented us that the fund balance was
yes, which was, and about 5 minutes later on Friday night, I emailed you of exactly what was going on after Pieter called me. So yeah, that's really the level, and ultimately it's me as the city manager beyond finance.
The thing that I'm struggling with tremendously, this isn't about the $3 million bridge loan. This is about the $8 million that we have in the bank that was scheduled for other projects. And we get the $8 million, we'll pay back the $3 million, and guess what? We'll have $5 million. How long do you think that's going to last us? I think we're broke. Are we broke?
I'll answer that. No, we're not. And frankly, 5 million is a much better fund balance than we've had in the storm drainage fund for a long time in terms of historically. As Director Van Rij mentioned, I really appreciate the approach that utilities is taking of partnering with Mile High better than we have in the past. And this is a product of having a business services unit in a department when we transferred the stormwater division out of public works and into utilities. And they're looking at those funding sources, and we're not just looking at Mile High, we're looking at other external funding sources too. But I think with those micro grants that we are prepared to tap into, a lot of our projects, especially on the north side, are those smaller projects that can be funded with and benefit from some of that. But no, a $5 million fund balance is, I think that's better than we've got in the general fund right now.
Yeah, I would say that it's, with that money coming back from Mile High, there were two funds that were building. One of the larger of those two funds was actually South Englewood, the South Englewood Basin. And so by retroactively applying this money to the pond, it's actually exactly what that was designed for, was to fund South Englewood projects. We talked to them about the opportunity of bringing all that money back in and then basically resetting those accounts. We reset the account in 2026 to zero, and we have 600,000 identified for to contribute later on this year to start building another fund for another project that will have matching funds in 4 or 5 years when we build up enough money for it. The opportunity this presents is to be able to take that money that was built for yet unidentified projects and actually apply it to an executed project, which is something that they said is different than what they typically do. It's not often that they have an executed project that the money is being retroactively applied for. So from a City of Englewood citizen perspective, $8 million has been sitting in a couple funds at Mile High Flood waiting for a future project that hasn't been identified, actually comes back to us faster than it ever would have come had we identified another project and moved that forward. By having it in our control, we can then use that fund balance to build a financial model, use the new master plan results to build a prioritization of where we think the next projects are, and not be at a point where we get to this point of such a low fund balance, because we'll build the same kind of financial models that we have in water and sewer. We'll utilize all the same forecasting tools and methodologies that we use for the enterprise funds. And the sewer enterprise fund will be housed in the utilities department, where all we work in and day out is enterprise funds, which means it's essentially its own business unit. And so all costs and all revenues are managed by for each of the funds. So any money in and any money going out is all self-contained within that fund, which is different than how the general fund works in terms of project priorities and things like that. And so we think this alignment with enterprise fund business process systems, as well as being able to bring that money in and have the citizens be able to use it as opposed to waiting for some future project, it was really a unique solution that solves this so that we aren't broke moving forward. Now, we still have needs that exceed our funding. And so that's when we'll come back with plans and say, what things do we want to do? What things can we not do because we don't have the funding? Or what things do we want to fund by increasing rates or things? Those will all be questions that we present to you like we do with water and sewer.
You know what annoys me is the fact that we're going to count on the ratepayers who don't get a vote in this. We spend all of their money and then we're in the hole again, or we'll go back to them. I am so frustrated. This has not been open and transparent in whatsoever way. We move things around. I agree that stormwater needed to be under utilities. It never should have been out. The paperwork tonight was misrepresented. It shows that we paid $4.16 a quarter back in 2018. There's no other documentation in here. And back in 2018, when we talked about raising fees and then the stormwater thing, we started charging 4.5% per year for water and sewer. We started charging 5% for stormwater. And so today, it's equivalent to $65 a quarter. It's gone up from $4.16 to about $65 a quarter. We spend money. And I mean, the concern is we got all that money. In the last 5 years, we've got over $20,000 in grant funds. And I'm concerned that we've spent it and we've spent ourselves into oblivion. And I think that the questions that Rebecca Kramer asked this city, we need an accounting of that money because it needs to be open and transparent. And if we don't get that information, lack of planning on your part doesn't constitute an emergency on our part. We need this information. It needs to be open and transparent. And I am just appalled at reading this, and the buck gets passed, and we just sit here and explain this away. It's costing the citizens money. It's not costing any of us in here any money other than us on council, because we're citizens. Also, there needs to be accountability. And Mayor, I'm going to tell you, I would like to table this, and I would like to have an accounting of the money, where it was spent, and how much we are short. Actually, all of the questions that Ms. Kramer asked are actually what this council needs to make an educated decision on this.
Thank you, Member Russell. Go ahead, Member Crane.
Thank you. I think I have a handful of questions too. I'll try to keep myself concise. Can someone remind me or lay out why the approved loan in 2019 was not drawn down?
I cannot answer that. I would defer to either one of my colleagues on that because I was not managing the fund at that point in time.
Just based on memory from 7 years ago, I believe the timing was that we anticipated needing it, but the project were delayed enough time for us to borrow that money in 2021 and 2022 to cover that. That's why we never drew down the loan.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. My next question is around the loan bond covenants. And maybe you can answer these. Does this kind of situation and us not having what we need to have on hand, the 3 months of operating impact our future potential to secure bonds were we to need them? And I asked that question because when I was trying to look up exactly which funding mechanism had that requirement, and I was just Googling randomly the stormwater enterprise funds in the state of Colorado, and information about this situation in Inglewood popped up. It's already readily available out there for anyone that's Googling what issues might occur around these types of enterprise funds in loans or bonds that are secured toward those. And so I have grave concern that, you know, Inglewood is already out there in the news. There's a link to our water and sewer board meeting where this full discussion is had, that openly we don't have what is required financially to be able to manage these funds properly. So I guess my main question is, does it impact our future ability to secure bonds?
Currently, no. The 300,000 level that we spoke about this evening is cash balance. For the covenant that you're speaking about for the loan, there are other things that come into consideration. You can count your receivables, which we have another $500,000 worth of receivables. So that more than covers that requirement. Now, if we don't do the loan and we don't get the Mile High Flood District reimbursement, then yes, that could be part of the conversation. Now, the remedy for that is to put in a plan where over the next year or year and a half, you make monthly payments to get your reserve back up to that level. So it's not an immediate need to fix that if that happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I also jump in on this answer. Part of the reason we're proposing this interfund loan is because this is not an uncommon thing that occurs in governmental entities, where there are times where a fund will have some kind of an interdepartmental or an interfund loan. So what prevents us from getting to any one of those potential worst scenarios is actually using a mechanism that is fully within the purview of the council to actually use and within our financial structures to be able to execute, to prevent exactly what I think your concern is because this is something that we can do as a solution. It keeps our funds completely stable without doing anything that's not a normal practice that you see across governmental entities. And it's really designed to be a short term because we have that more immediate solution that we've identified.
Okay. While I appreciate that, were we not to be in the situation to be able to transfer funds between accounts, the answer wouldn't be that simple. So I'm hearing you that this is kind of normal in governments, but I'm concerned that we do things right when we borrow money, and we're not doing things right when we're borrowing money, or previously we were not. I very much appreciate the solutions that are being brought forward by utilities tonight. I think they're creative. My fingers are crossed that the board of Mile High Flood District, is on board with the thinking of the staff. So to that end, as we're talking about Mile High Flood District funds, I heard mention earlier, what would we do were that to not come through? I mean, we clearly have obligations that exceed what we have available. We have a situation where we can draw these funds back, and we're hoping we're getting the money. But at some point in the conversation, I heard us reference, potentially coming back to council and having a discussion about, rate increases. I don't think this belongs with our residents paying an increased rate. We need to get, and this is not a lecture for you. This is just, I'm soapboxing a little bit. This is a process issue and an oversight issue. I don't think it's as simplistic as, we didn't consider what was underground. We need to be considering what's underground. When a major project is approved and we're moving along, and a major change or blip comes up that we didn't consider in the master plan, why are we not updating the master plan? And why are we not updating the financial analysis that goes along with all of these major projects to make sure that we're not coming to council and asking for a $2.5 million or $6 million oops? It just seems so, in my mind, borderline negligent. So what would the other solutions be and how to cover this, other than raising rates for residents, number one? And then two, how do we intend in the future to make sure that these types of situations that bubble up do result in coming back to council and presenting a change to a master plan or a financial analysis that's run on our projects?
So, I think we have thought about this. Sarah and I have talked through solutions on this. The most immediate thing that we could do is we could go to Mile High Flood and say, we would like to not pay the $775,000 in the agreements that we just approved, which were 2025 obligations, and thereby not unlocking $775,000 of their matching funds. And so we could say, we could take that 775 right off the top, but then we don't get the 775 matching from them. And so there's a cost to that. There's almost more than a $750,000 cost to that solution. And that would, from our analysis of a cash flow perspective, that could, we think, we haven't done the full analysis on that. That is an alternative that we don't want to get to, because we think not leveraging that capital fund from a partner who's been very, very willing to help us through this.
Mm-hmm.
It's a solution we could do. I don't think it's a solution we want to do because of the cost. As it relates to so that was one of the things as we were looking at, is like, well, what if this doesn't go through, and what do we do? And so there are different scenarios that we think we can execute. Still brings us close. It means we're not doing any of the remaining work that's required on Old Hamden, which I think presents a potential risk. And we have not financially modeled that. We would model that. But I think I'm, without having done a complete analysis on it, that'd be the first, my first gut reaction of what would we do. The second piece of this, which is how do we ensure that this, that moving forward, that this doesn't, continue this way. I think this gets to the point of what I was saying before, and City Manager Lewis touched on it as well, is that in utilities, because we run water and sewer budgets that exceed $100 million, so it's well exceeding the general fund total budget. We have complete systems and controls in place for water and sewer that the councils have seen for the last 6 years, in terms of how we plan for and forecast and have complete transparency in how we execute the needs of that. So we can't execute a $30 million lead program without constantly checking in our financial model. So Deputy Director Stone has a weekly meeting with our financial modeling consultant, where they look at that, they look at those financial models and plans to make sure, okay, everything's still good. And we would just bring that same kind of rigor into the stormwater fund, because all those systems are in place as an enterprise fund. And so it's really just creating a third version of what the council has seen for water and sewer as it relates to enterprise fund execution and management.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so when kind of unknowns pop up that weren't included in a major master plan, that would be brought to the consultant, and those conversations had to pull it into the financial analysis. Okay.
Absolutely.
I appreciate utilities speaking to what was inherited and the solutions moving forward. I think that is all I have that you might be able to answer. I the last question that I have at this point in time is, knowing that the oversight and leadership of the city, and oversight of departments is a shared responsibility between city manager and deputy city manager. I would like to know, during the period of 2022 forward, who Public Works reported to.
I was split during that time, so I had it for about a year and a half, and the city manager had it thereafter.
Okay. I think that that's something that needs to be considered. The management style that we have going on, and I do believe that there are a lot of complicating factors that have occurred here. But the responsibility does ultimately roll up to the city manager. And I'm wondering if that model is successful right now in light of us seeing issues like this bubble up, and the translation of maybe what one party is hearing and conversations being had being relayed fully or wholly, or all of the pieces getting covered, to make sure that ultimately you as city manager have all of the information needed to have true oversight of major monies like this and projects that are going on in the city. So I appreciate your answer to that, and just would put a plug out there that maybe some additional thought needs to be given to that, because I don't want to, as much as I appreciate the fact that we have solutions that are available to us, we're lucky that we have that. And I don't want to continue to have conversations that frustrate our residents, that we don't have the proper amount of oversight going on in our processes and in our financials associated with all of our major projects, that we potentially would be going out and having to do another rate analysis to increase rates to cover up for our lack of oversight. And that is a responsibility of council as well, to be asking for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prang. I'll ask one other question just because Member Russell brought it up. But if we were to, I don't see it in this presentation. I thought it was in the Water and Sewer Board presentation. But if we were to table this this decision, I could have swore that the two, because it just says early 2026, aren't those coming up like either this month or in February? Where if we were to table this, that we potentially will be not able to pay those invoices?
That's what we anticipate. We anticipate the 775,000 coming in early February. If right, and then the old Hamden Utilities stormwater components, that scope is, the contractor's largely done with that scope of what has been approved so far. So while the current invoice is 125,000, we anticipate that a significant amount of that will come in February as well. And so, so we have some obligations that, is why we've brought this as a solution.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Member Bethel.
Yeah, first I want to commend you on some creative problem solving. I think that you've done a good job in finding a solution to a less than ideal problem. I think a lot of great questions have been asked tonight from Member Prang, Members Russell, Mayor Sierra. There's a lot of important things that we need to consider. I want to ask you, what resources do you feel like you need in your department to avoid this moving forward? Ms. Kramer has suggested an audit. I think that's a strong idea. Would that be beneficial to your department so that we can avoid something like this in the future?
I mean, I think, and I'll defer to Deputy Director Stone on this. I think once we have the financial model built with through Stantec, that essentially provides clarity of everything that we know are current obligations and current operational obligations, capital plan, current obligations like the 775,000 that's in the capital plan. That's through an agreement. So we think the first step is what we've been doing for the last 3 months, which is building this model. The second piece is an updated stormwater master plan to present projects in a way that we can actually incrementally make improvements across the city in a way that that we think balances available funding with the need and the demands of the city. I think if you back up to 2018, there was a tragedy. We had sinkholes that were popping up, and that South Inglewood flood reduction project fixed a huge issue in the city. And I think the fact that we've completed that project, and that was completed under Public Works and the work that's been done over the last 5 years, that's a significant investment, and that's a significant improvement to a system that was repeatedly failing to the point where one time it swallowed a police car. And so I've talked about this from a water perspective, that it took 40 years to get here, and it's taken us some time to get out of what has been built over 40 years of just lack of investment, lack of infrastructure investment. And I think the past 5 years, there's been a substantial infusion of money into the stormwater system. There are more needs. The financial issue that's being presented right now that we have the solution for, we think by building those models and building that master plan, we think that we are able to take care of that because of how Business Solutions is structured in utilities and the forecasting systems we have in place and everything we have in place. I don't know if it's necessarily outside additional spending of resources to further look into that. Is definitely, if the council would like to do that, we're happy to do that. I think we have a solution moving forward with what we know based on what we have presently today, and models and systems that have worked well for the last 6 or 7 years in South Platte Renew, water, and sewer. And so we're just going to translate that to stormwater. And to remember that $30+ million worth of investment in the stormwater system occurred in the last 5 years. That's a huge undertaking and a huge response to what the citizens were demanding.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Member Russell.
Thank you for that, Director Van Rij. Probably the culture in the city in 2018, especially after the flood, was they were willing to pour into it because they knew that it had been neglected for years. And the citizens don't have a problem with that as long as we are open and transparent. We're at a point right now where I feel like citizens think we're not being open and transparent, and we may not have the buy-in right now that we had back in 2018. Because if they perceive that we aren't spending the money wisely, they're not going to buy in like they did back in 2018. And I agree with Councilmember Prang about, when you come forward and talk about raising fees in conjunction with this, it would probably have been better to establish there's a problem here and how did we get here? What I'm asking, I don't know if we need an audit, but I do believe that city staff needs to be open and transparent about how we got here, because I'm having trouble rubber stamping everything that city staff wants when I don't feel like you've been open and transparent with us. And all of the things that I've read, it doesn't talk about the finances at all. Moving these things around, and it just, when I first got on council, and that was back in 2015, the end of 2015, I felt like the city wasn't being transparent back then. And I used the shell game. Have these shells up here, and where's the money? May not be under any of them. And so that kind of has still been perpetrated. And I don't know what we need, if we need that plan moving forward, but I think it would be good to have the plan, and it would be good if city staff was open and transparent with the council. So we could have an educated information to make this decision. I'm not saying this isn't the right decision. I'm just saying it needs to be open and transparent.
Well, so, and I appreciate that, and I think that I think all of my colleagues here are have that same intention of transparency and openness in terms of all the funds. I don't question anybody's desire to do that. I think where this maybe got a little bit sideways is the way capital is managed in the general fund is different than the way capital is managed in an enterprise fund. Whereas the enterprise fund is like it's its own self-contained business, and so as you're looking at capital in the general fund, the staffing and operations costs, those are covered as part of the larger general fund, just in totality across the city. Whereas for the water fund, we look at the debt service, the operations, the capital, all as a particular unit because all the revenue that comes in is the same amount that goes out. And so when we do the same thing with the sewer, we have the complicated factor of funding South Platte Renew, which has its own cost of service models that we've built. And I think that by putting this back into the stormwater or back into the utility space, we'll create that same kind of enterprise fund system rigor that that you've all seen for the last several years as it relates to the water fund. And I know late last year, we spent a water sewer board meeting going through how do we financial model, how do we ensure that we have money available. And I think we did this did we do this as a study session here? And so what I would see is we would add stormwater to the water and the sewer, so that we're having a periodic check-in with you as the decision-making body to see this is how we look at all these complex things and distill it down into this is what we charge a customer and this is how we charge a customer that, and this is the decisions that drive that. And if you remember those charts that come out of that show in different scenarios there's an increasing debt versus if there's less debt, we would roll the stormwater program up under that business solutions as run by Deputy Director Stone to be able to provide that same level of transparency to I think hopefully create the same level of comfort that I believe Council and the Water and Sewer Board has with the water fund, the sewer fund, and South Platte Renew in terms of the transparency of the finances.
I appreciate that. Just one other thing, like when you've got an enterprise fund, it's much easier to see there's ratepayers out there. If we got this deficit over here, we can just go to the ratepayers. I think that inflation has been hurting the people that are living on a fixed income, and they cannot keep paying. And so I've kind of felt like even in the city, sometimes too, we don't ever cut expenses. Where can we cut? And like when you were talking about the old Hampton, sure, we'd love to have it. We'd love to have it all done. But if we don't have the money, are we willing to stop the project until we have the money? And I don't know, there may be some things there that have to be done. But I'm just using that as examples of maybe we can cut back a little bit and not buy such an expensive car. We need a car, but we may not need that expensive of one.
Yeah, and I think you're touching on one of the main things that we look at when we do that bill comparison every year is affordability across the metro area to make sure that we're not, becoming the least affordable in terms of water, sewer, storm, concrete. And that's why we update that annually. And if you recall, when we made the substantial changes in the water fund, we also added that capital investment fee because we saw that there was a need and so there was a significant fixed charge that we added to that bill to be able to now do all the work that I think you all have seen as it relates to the investment in the water system. Being able to look at that and then compare it across the metro area to make sure that we're not getting out of whack. And then also recalling at that point in time, we had a customer assistance program. We developed a customer assistance program, and we had such low utilization of the customer assistance program that we didn't see that there was an affordability problem as evidenced by people actually accessing the customer assistance program. That's something that if the council ever wants to reinvestigate, we can look at potentially developing a customer assistance program if it does seem like we're getting too unaffordable for people on fixed incomes and things like that. That is another tool that we can use that the first time we used it just wasn't utilized, but it's been 5 years. Maybe we look at that kind of thing again.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Ward.
I don't really want to beat a dead horse tonight, and I think this question has been asked somewhat in maybe different terms, but how do we know this is not a problem that permeates the entirety of the city financial system?
So I can address the two enterprise funds that we manage, which is the water and the sewer, and I think I've talked at length about the models and the forecasting and things like that. There's similar sets of rigor that's general fund focused, and I'm going to turn this over to Director Ingalls to talk about because we don't function in a general fund space, we function in an enterprise fund, so I think it would be not a good place for me to talk about it. So I'm going to turn it over to him. Answer that.
So thank you for that question, Mr. Ward. The only other fund we have that operates similar to this in any really, capital needs manner is the golf course fund. I expect that we'll be looking at it through these lenses for their capital needs on a going forward basis. The other capital is handled through the normal budget, and it's in our capital projects funds. That budgeting is a little bit different than how the enterprise funds.
But we have a situation here where we had a city fund that drew debt with council authorization under the auspices that we would be able to fund the service of that debt. And now we're finding out that that isn't correct. How does that differ from literally any other city account?
The only other time we typically would draw debt would be a general obligation bond. And that's for like the police headquarters and the recent parks and recreation improvements. And so we know exactly what the funding we have. And the projects have to fit into that funding. It's a little bit different with the enterprise funds.
And our city budget and books are subjected to an annual audit.
Correct.
How is this not something structurally that an auditor would detect when they examine the city books?
Part of our annual report is not multiple year forecasting, and so that part would not show up in our annual audit.
But if the debt is getting top heavy, wouldn't that be immediately noticeable?
If we weren't meeting debt coverage levels, yes, that would show up. We've not hit that for any of the funds that have debt.
Okay, thank you.
All right, everyone. Thank you very much to staff for the presentation and the dialogue. Unless there's other questions, can I get a motion to approve 11A4? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I do have a question.
Sure.
For this to pass as an emergency ordinance, it has to be unanimous. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I just want you all to know I want more information. Because it won't be unanimous if I don't get more information.
But thank you, Member Russell. The additional information you're looking for is I guess light out of detail for everything that's been spent within the storm drainage fund. Going back, I'm not sure how many years, but
Mayor, I've got the questions in the council request.
Right.
If you want me to go over those.
Sure.
What specific factors depleted the stormwater drainage fund? Were revenues used solely for storm drainage purposes? Did project planning, cost estimation, or oversight failures contribute to the shortfall? Were fee increases based on accurate financial modeling? What internal controls within Public Works and Finance were in place to prevent this? And then I added this one to the questions that were asked in public comment. Now that Utilities is overseeing stormwater, what internal controls are they using?
Was that everything? Member Russell?
I think if we got the answers to those questions, it would help.
Okay. Was there anything else you needed in order tonight, Member Russell?
Not tonight. I mean, I want to make sure that this is open and transparent.
Thank you, Member Russell. Perfect. So we would have a second reading on this. Oh no, we don't. No, actually we do, right? Yeah, it is a first reading. So we would have a second reading on this in 2 weeks. It'll be the week of February 2nd, 3rd, whatever it happens to be. Okay. All right. Anything else from members of council? If not, can I get a motion to approve 11A4?
So moved.
Thank you very much. Member Bethel, could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Prang.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to state that I am going to vote in favor of this because it's necessary. I will appreciate the answers to the questions that were posed. And I just really feel that were we as a city and as departments and as oversight bodies to have better foresight and oversight on projects like this, that we would be able to do more. I'm glad that we have a solution. I just wish we didn't have a scenario where we had to create the solution and we had a healthy fund that we could be doing more improvements within the city. It's frustrating to have to say yes to something that you know is absolutely necessary to keep the city whole and keep us moving forward. And I really appreciate, again, Utilities' creativity and passion for more refined financial analysis. Even the 3%, which I also appreciate the water and sewer boards ask for that. I think that was a fair ask, but even just the 3% that we're going to be paying on this loan could be money that could be doing more elsewhere. So with all of those frustrations voiced, I will vote yes on this because we need to take care of the issue and move this forward.
Thank you, Member Prang. Anyone else? I think that was well said, Member Prang. I agree with all of that. Just the other aspect of it is that it's never good when we get a surprise. One of my most frustrating things as being as a council member is just not knowing what could be next. So I'm very happy with the fact that that staff did come with a solution. So I will be voting yes on this, but definitely not something that I want to hear about more in the future. So I just appreciate all the work on this. All right, and with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes, 1 nay, and my understanding is defeated.
All right. Thank you very much, Director Van Rye. Member Russell, I guess my question was, when I asked it earlier, you had everything. Obviously, we're not going to have answers to all the questions this evening in order for you to approve. But now this does open us up to defaulting on an obligation that we have coming up in February. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's something else that you needed tonight on this specific item. Go ahead, Member Russell.
I actually asked you to get the information. I told you that I was going to vote no. And had we been able to get it, we could have had a special meeting for the study session. Oh, except for there's not a meeting there.
Which information, but sorry, what information was it that you still thought that wasn't rattled off by City Manager Lewis?
Well, he didn't answer all those questions.
Some of those questions still require additional information that we don't have tonight, if I remember correctly.
And we can get that by second reading. If
Right.
we,
So that was my understanding that we would try, well,
Okay, let me ask this question. If we vote yes, I mean, if we pass tonight, then there's still going to be a second reading.
Right.
The only difference is that there won't be the 30-day waiting period after the second reading.
correct.
Mayor, I'm happy to weigh in on that.
Yes.
So there's several differences. First, a normal ordinance, a regular ordinance, there has to be 7-day interval between first and second reading. That's not the case in an emergency ordinance. An emergency ordinance is effective immediately upon second approval at second reading, and it has to be unanimously adopted. So three changes from a regular ordinance.
So does that mean it has to be unanimously supported on both readings?
Yes.
Okay, so if we re-voted tonight and I got the information by the next reading, then,
It would be, yeah, within 2 weeks.
okay. I will do that if you want to,
I believe you would have to make the motion to reconsider.
okay. I make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Russell, Member Ward. All right, can we please vote on the motion to reconsider CB 11?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much. Do we have to vote again on CB 11? All right, so then can we please get a motion to approve CB 11?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Council. Can we take a quick break? 5 minutes? All right, let's try to be back here in 5 minutes. And one last thing, Member Russell, if you could just make sure that everything was captured by City Manager Lewis on what you need prior to second reading. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 9:52. Thank you. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, members of the public, we are now back. We are now moving on to, where are we at? 11C1. This is resolution for temporary construction easement for Old Hampton Complete Streets project. We have the director, Rochelle, and engineering manager, Michael Roman. Good evening, director.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm going to turn this over to our project manager, Mike Roman. But this afternoon, we're presenting on temporary construction easements. This is the first batch of these. And again, these are temporary construction easements to allow us for construction tie-in where the project bumps up against the right-of-way. That could be to restore sidewalk, to restore landscaping, parking lots, asphalt, and things like that. Mike's going to go into the details and cover that for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go over the real property acquisition overview, the project purpose, a recap of the Old Hampton Complete Streets project. The project goes from Old Hampton Avenue from Broadway to Lafayette, transforming the corridor from an auto-centric area to a safer multimodal environment. The key improvements on the project: ADA compliant curb ramps and accessibility upgrades, especially helpful near the multiple hospitals in the area, enhanced and widened sidewalks, upgraded bus stops and amenities, and traffic calming features. So most improvements will fit in the right-of-way here. We have a large multi-use path, but temporary construction easements are required to allow the work to occur safely and efficiently. Most of the temporary construction easements are, we have to re-tie in someone's driveway to a new flow line, or, repair their landscaping where it comes right up against the new path. Federal funding and compliance requirements, because there is a grant administered by CDOT, we have to adhere to the CDOT right-of-way manual. And the acquisition process there includes independent valuations, written offers, owner communication, and administrative review. A right-of-way consultant, TRS Corporation, was engaged to manage the right-of-way acquisition process and ensure full compliance with the CDOT right-of-way standards. The needs and status to date: we have a total of 33 total TCE parcels. 14 property owners we've reached an agreement with, that is this request today. 13 parcels are owned by Swedish Hospital Columbia Health 1, and those parcels are the majority of the entirety at about 120,000. 8 parcels remain unresolved in ongoing negotiations, several which require minor design revisions. And 1 parcel has been removed from the project due to owner refusal to negotiate. In this case, the project will be redesigned to accommodate not entering their property. The total estimated acquisition cost, and again, this is only an estimate for all temporary easements on this project, is $191,650. And the amount that's ready for signing at this time is $59,010. The recommendation: staff recommends council approve a resolution for acquisition of 14 temporary construction easements necessary for the Old Hampton Complete Streets project, and additional temporary easements will follow at a later date. Questions?
Mr. Roman, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Mr. Bethel. Your mic.
Excuse me. Here we go. I was approached by the property owner at 3495 South Downing Street. Is that on your list of properties that you're having challenges working with?
I believe that property is also known as Star Downing.
Cochino Taco.
Cochino Taco. Still active negotiations with them, yes, is the status.
Yeah, I'd love to, I don't know, have some more information on that. We can follow up afterwards.
Sure.
But to
Yeah,
see what.
Yeah, that's not included in this request, to be clear.
Great.
That'll be the next request. Active negotiations, yes.
Member Prang.
Thank you. So the money to acquire these easements, was that included in the overall project budget, or are these new monies that are being requested?
Unfortunately, it was not anticipated in the original project budget.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? All right. Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bethel. Any further comments from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure, of course.
So if this money wasn't included, where are we getting the money to pay for this?
It will have to come from the project budget. Since this project is not out to bid yet, we don't have a full understanding of the construction cost, but it will have to come from the PIF and the project budget.
So does that mean that if we don't have enough money for the other things that come up, we're going to have to cut something somewhere?
That seems to be one option, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Director Rochelle, if you have something to add.
Yeah, if I could jump in for just a second. Thank you, Councilman Russell, for the question. So it is coming from the project budget as Mike referenced. And we also do have matching dollars that were just approved by City Council for EDDA contribution to the project as well. And so if we get numbers back from out to bid, we'll certainly be looking at value engineering opportunities if we need to make sure we land within the budget dollars available on the project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. I guess I was going to follow up to that question. So could contingency dollars included in the project budget be used to cover this?
So we have a total budget price or cost now that's built into the city's budget for the project. When we go out to bid, we will get the numbers back, and contingency will be included in the contractor's budget at that point. And we'll need to consider the total bids, how many ever we get, and the selected bid, and build contingency into that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further comments, since I do have a first and a second? All right, I don't see any. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you very much, Director Rochelle and Inglewood Manager Roman. Appreciate your time. Up next is Chief of Police Dave Jackson and Division Chief Chad Reed here to talk about the contract between Allied Universal and City of Inglewood. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Yep, that's exactly right. Talking about our contract with Allied Security. The City Center property management requires security services. We also, in addition to that, Allied has a driver that patrols the Inglewood Rec Center, the Malley Center parking lot, Bellevue Park, and Civic Center properties. We have been with Allied Universal since October of 2022. In February of 2023, we asked them to also cover the council meetings and planning and zoning, so that original contract was updated in early 2023, and that expired last week. We are requesting approval for a security services contract with Allied Security in the amount of $1,042,688.79 which includes a 3.5% overall increase due to allied salary increases. Allied has performed professionally in the last few years. Our proposed work plans include everything that was requested in the original RFP. Again, they cover Pirates Cove, Malley Rec Center, Inglewood Rec Center, and procurement policies and billing procedures. Due to an alignment in responsibilities and overall goals, the police department has taken over this contract from Public Works, and frankly, it just seemed more in line with the overall security and safety of the city, so that just seemed to make sense. To do that, Division Chief Reed is over special operations, and he will be overseeing the contract. Division Chief Reed reached out to several cities in the metro to see how they kind of contract some of this work. It just seemed like the right time to kind of evaluate how everything was going when we took that over. So he did take on that project and looking how other cities did this around the metro. This involves one armed on-site account manager that works Monday through Friday during the day, one armed floating guard that's Sunday 12 to 5, Monday through Thursday 8:30 to 7:30, Friday 8 to 5, and Saturday 9:30 to 5. We have 3 unarmed guards at Civic Center, including the weekend library open hours. 3 unarmed guards 24/7 for City Center Property Patrol, and 1 armed guard for the courts. And there is also an armed guard during council meetings. Total funding, as I requested, was $1,042,699. That is divided between Public Works, City Center Property Management, and Municipal Court. Allied has served as the security company since 2022. They go above and beyond. It is reflected in employee satisfaction surveys over the last few years where they feel safer at work. As I mentioned earlier, there is a 3.5% increase for the salaries at Allied, and staff requests that City Council approve a motion for contract for services to Allied Universal Security Services not to exceed $1,042,688.79. Questions?
Keith, thank you very much for that overview. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Ward.
I have a couple questions. I know it's not unusual for cities to use private security in their city hall, for instance. Denver uses it for screening at the city and county building before you can get in, for one example. I don't know that I've seen a city that uses private security to patrol their parks or their rec center or their water park. What is the impetus for that, and why is the police department not able to fulfill that service for the residents?
Well, I guess I would answer that by saying it is in addition to our other services. So when 911 calls, or they get caught on sometimes we're in training, or they get caught out on an accident, or there's a large scene or an unforeseen circumstance where officers are otherwise divided, we would still want that foundational, dedicated service to those areas.
But if the guard is patrolling and he finds something, who does he call?
He would call the police, or I know in several cases they can move along or give a basic. Even their presence could be a basic that it's not right to mess around here.
Do we maintain statistics on how often Allied calls the Inglewood Police Department for services?
I don't know if we specifically. I know we track the location where they get called?
Yeah, Mayor Council, thank you. We don't maintain that, but I don't know if Allied does. That's something that we could ask them if they keep track of those stats. Sorry.
I would be very interested in knowing that, because it would, to me, it would provide some example of a benefit that's coming from having them travel to the far south of the city from here to perform those extra patrols at Bellevue Park and at Pirates Cove, for instance.
Yeah, I imagine that's something that they would house internally. I have not seen that or have had access to that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? All right. Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
Move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Praying. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Go ahead. Give you a second on your question. All right. All right. Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you, Chief. Intervision, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. All right, moving on to Mayor's Choice, everyone. There's a few things, just things that are on the calendar that are coming up that I just want to make the public aware of. So first, the very first City Center redevelopment meeting with New Englewood is happening this Thursday. Starts at 6 p.m. It's going to be in Hampton Hall, here in this building, here on this floor. I believe it's a 2-hour meeting, and I will be there. I think several members of the council have stated that they most likely will be in attendance. So hoping to see you there. Obviously, this is their first chance to just speak to potential changes to the city center as part of the redevelopment.
It's next door, and
oh, we moved it to the community room?
it's in the community room because we're live streaming it. It's going to be on YouTube.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, good to know. Okay, thank you so much, Mark. So apparently it is now next door here in the community room, still in the second level, so that's good to know. We are off next Monday, and the reason for that is that this coming Saturday, we have our strategic planning session. All the council, we're going to be at the South Platte Renew. That is also open to the public. We start at 9 a.m., go until about 4 p.m., somewhere around there. The night before, we're also going to be meeting same place, South Platte Renew, to go over the basically the results and spend a couple of hours talking about what to expect for Saturday. So that will be happening Friday night, Saturday. So wanted to make you aware of that. Now there was one. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention is that our first Council with Coffee occurs a week from Friday, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Friday the 30th. I'm not sure if I'm going to be in attendance at that one. I don't know which coffee shop it's going to be in, but I do know it's on my calendar. Just wanted to make you aware of that. We'll have more information posted once we identify exactly which coffee shop it's going to be at. So that is all I have for tonight. Anybody for council members' choice? Go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you, Mayor. So I actually made a phone call to the mayor over the last week, just inquiring if it would be an appropriate time for council to take a look at having a discussion on a potential, I don't know if it would be a resolution, on what our desires around ICE activities may be, and to be proactive to have that conversation, and what that looks like within our city. In light of protecting our residents' constitutional rights, in light of us being a home rule municipality and having our own rules that our police department follow, I just think that it's the right time, given what's happening nationally, for us to be proactive and to set the stage on what our standards or asks of the federal government agents should be. And so I just wanted to know if there's council support to have that discussion. I got the sense that maybe the mayor was interested in having that conversation. I think it's better to be proactive than reactive on issues like this.
Thank you very much, Member Prang, and thank you very much for taking the lead on this. Obviously, I would be in support of having this conversation and structuring something along the lines of what you're asking for. Um, so I definitely would be in favor of that. I'm not sure if anyone on council wants to weigh in there. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I had a very similar conversation with Manager Lewis in my most recent one-on-one. I would not limit it specifically to ICE. One of the things that I am concerned about is data sharing. We had a conversation about that briefly related to the flock camera system. I'm extremely bullish on civil rights and in particular the Fourth Amendment, and I'm not so certain that the current administration is on a national level, which is concerning to me that anything this city would do would potentially advance the decline of those rights. And as such, I think we need to have a potentially a larger in scope discussion. As I understand it, at least one of our police officers is currently embedded with the federal government on some level or another. And even at this point, despite the resources that we may derive from that, I would like to have a further discussion on even that particular program.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. And you mean in terms of task force, correct? Task forces that are local police, are they deputized into it? Yeah. Thank you very much, Member Ward. Anyone in disagreement, or are you okay with having that discussion moving forward? All right, we got a majority that is open to that discussion, so we will identify the next best steps to get that quickly onto our calendar. Thank you very much, Member Frank.
Thank you. I appreciate council being willing to take a look at that. I think it's a responsibility that we have.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Anyone else for council members' choice? All right.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Member Ward.
Just a personal note for my council members, without getting into too much detail. I have a somewhat large, rather emotional event occurring in my family at the moment, and I fully intend to attend the meetings this weekend, but my availability on a temporary basis may be more limited for boards and commissions and other time outside of the council chamber. I'm going to do my best to perform my duties for the citizens, but I'm dealing with some stuff with the two people that I have relied on all of my life, who are currently more reliant on me than either one of us is comfortable with, and I have to push my energy where it needs to go in that direction.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. You've always given us your time. Your time is better served elsewhere at this point, so I thank you very much for letting us know, but there really isn't that need. So, with nothing else, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just was going to ask Deputy City Manager Dodd to just give a quick overview for the public and you all on the council retreat.
Thanks. And first of all, just to clarify, the Friday evening session will be at Penn Street Kitchen for dinner, and then the Saturday session will be at South Platte Renew. I apologize, there was some confusion on the agenda about that. But yeah, we're looking forward to the annual retreat. It's actually our 7th in a row annual council retreat. But of the 7, it's only one of the 2 where council will be asked to basically build out the structure of a new strategic plan. So Friday night is going to focus on a reflection on all things our past strategic plan. Directors will be presenting on some highlights in terms of achievements, but also some areas that we could have done better and some areas for improvement. There'll be obviously time for council to ask questions. And then Saturday, the first part of the day will include a session for council to be able to chat amongst yourself about challenges and opportunities that you have and you like to discuss, followed by a presentation on the community survey that we did. We received 300 responses from the community around ideas they have for the future that we'd like to share with you. We also had 4 different focus groups that included a variety of different individuals in the community, I think about 36 people total. So the summary of those focus groups is included in your packet as well. And then after that and after lunch, you'll have about 4.5 hours to begin building the structure of the strategic plan. The goals for the day will be that you hopefully will come out of it with outcomes for the strategic plan as well as some goals. And then we do already have a few set check-ins with you in February and March. We've gotten that feedback from you in the past about having multiple check-ins. So we have 2 study sessions scheduled, one in mid-February and then one in early March, as well as tentatively March 16th as a date where the plan will be before you for approval. So obviously there's a lot of work that will happen in between the strategic plan on the retreat and when we bring it to you in March. And we're very much looking forward to it. We appreciated the comments we got from you about the retreat and also from the community, and looking forward to engaging with all of you this Saturday and Friday.
Thank you very much, Deputy City Manager. Anything else on the City Manager's report? All right, with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. We will see you Friday night and Saturday. Have a good evening.